You know, they say a cat has 9 lives. I remember yet the giants of yore, who gave me bread in the days gone by. 9 worlds I knew, the 9 in the tree, with the mighty roots beneath the mold. I recall being reared by Jotuns in days long gone. If I look back, I recall 9 worlds, 9 wood witches, that renowned tree of fate below the earth. Of the runes of the gods and the giants' race, the truth indeed I can tell, for every world I have won. To 9 worlds came I, to Niflhel beneath, the home where dead men dwell. Nafthrugnir said, I can tell you the true secrets of the Jotun and all the gods, because I have journeyed into all of the 9 worlds below Niflhel, where the dead dwell below hell. Hell he threw into Niflheim and gave her authority over 9 worlds, such that she has to administer board and lodging to those sent to her. And that is those who die of sickness or old age. There are 9 forms of the dragon. It is described in terms of 9 attributes, and it has 9 children. Cyrno. This is the 9 ball. The 9 ball symbolizes Cyrno. I've got my own 9 ball. We're going to talk about it. Hopefully that scared all the normies away, this weird-ass intro. For those of you who are still left, this is a sincere content warning, all right? One woman's cute little self-therapy experiment can be someone else's descent into abject madness. This, for me, is par for the course. This is what my life is. This is what I'm about. This is who I am. I'm going to be talking about myself in this video on a level I've never even come close to doing before. And I'm terrified to make this video because basically this will require me to explore everything I'm insecure about. Everything that I don't even know how to put it. Yeah, everything I'm insecure about. That's enough to be said. I will have to dive deep into all of my personal hangups, deep into personal traumas in order to make this possible. And that's scary for me. It may or may not be scary for you. This might just be intriguing. This might be something that you can't relate to at all, but you think is interesting, or you relate to it in a subtle way, or this could really send you spiraling. How secure do you feel with yourself right now? If you feel tremendously insecure, this might help you. If you feel like you are worried that you might become more insecure, I don't know. Just, I feel like I've said enough. You could probably tell whether you want to watch the rest of this video or not by now. The tone should be enough. Let me also make some things clear, because these are all comments I'm going to get. I know I've been doing YouTube for more than a decade, so I know the kind of comments I'm going to get on this video, and I don't mind any of them. But there are certain things I can just let you know that I know right away. People are going to comment, seek therapy. And I will. Don't worry. I will. Not right now. I don't have the time. I don't have the money. I don't have the space in my life for it at this moment. I think therapy is a great, great thing. I also study psychology on a level far above the average person, and also above most people who talk about it on YouTube. I feel that I don't talk about it as much as I could because I know how much I don't know about it. I'm in that part of the Dunning-Kruger curve where you know how much you don't know, I'm in that segment. I'm not at that starting point where a lot of YouTubers are at, where they started learning psychology and they feel like they can say whatever they want. No, I'm in that part where I know how much I don't know. But what I also know is that there's a lot that nobody knows. That's pretty important, especially when we start talking about what we're talking about in this video, which is dissociative disorders. I'm kind of obsessed with dissociative disorders. I have been since I was a teenager. It's the main thing that I kind of research and am interested in. Any media about it, any writing about it, any information I can find about dissociative disorders. And that information has expanded as I've grown up. It's 20 years I've been on a tertiary, non-scholastic level. You know, I am myself too dissociated to do society at the level I should be, and I'm trying to work through that. This is me trying to find a version of a therapy that I know I can do by myself. Because look, let's be real. Therapy is an hour a week, you know, and it's expensive. Like, you don't have time to really go through the level of what's going on here. It would take years and years and years of therapy to do what I can do by myself, just as somebody who understands the principles of it. You know, I have been to therapy. I was in therapy for about 6 months when I was 18 years old, I think, and maybe 19. I think I was 18. And the therapist I was seeing was somewhat dismissive. I don't think he was honestly very good at his job. He was a very conservative guy who was more interested in his political agenda than he was in actually therapy. He was very involved in that sense, and he typically would let me speak a lot more than he would. But he diagnosed me with ADHD. I agree with that diagnosis. I think I have ADHD above a lot of people, but not nearly as extreme as my husband or either of my parents. Actually, way more extreme. But even at the time, like, the reason I was seeing him, I was not concerned about ADHD. That was not something I thought was a problem with my life. I was concerned about depression. I was kind of like, I've always been ADHD. I haven't always been depressed. This is the problem. And ultimately, he put me on Wellbutrin, and what Wellbutrin did to me, besides give me a weird blinking problem, was it made me stop having really bad anxiety, which I had at the time. I wouldn't say it quite cured depression, and it definitely didn't do anything about my dissociation, derealization, which I didn't know those words until way later, way further into my study, and those opened a lot of doors for me into understanding myself. If I were to try and self-diagnose as an unlicensed tertiary study therapist who does do, I'm, you know the song Frontier Psychiatrist? If you've ever heard this song, it's kind of my theme song, my overall theme song. Beatrice Collins, that's me. I'm about to talk about myself like I am 9 people who are not Beatrice Collins. I am Beatrice Collins. My theme song is Frontier Psychiatrist. What I like to do is go out and talk to people about their mind, their past, themselves. What's up with you? What's going on? If you have a diagnosis, that helps, because you've probably talked to your therapist about some things. So I could kind of milk your brain through that. But Frontier Psychiatrist, that's me. I know I have ADHD. It's pretty bad, just not the worst. It allows me to participate in conversations with people with tremendous ADHD, but if 2 of them are in the room at the same time, I am not going to say a word. It's hopeless. I am not as quick. I can't keep up with that level. I think I'm at least a little bit autistic, and I think that I'm not sure if autism is something that can be cured per se, but I think it's something that you can learn to deal with through, there are certain understandings that if you have, then, and you systematize that understanding, it will make it so you can participate in society as though you don't have that autism. And I honestly think I'm not very autistic at all, but I think there's a ton of overlap between autism and dissociation. And dissociatives do not talk about themselves. That's why this video has taken me 15 years to make. That's why everything you're about to learn about me is going to sound very new, but it's all stuff I've known the whole time, because that's the way of the dissociative. I've wanted to write a book for a long time called Way of the Dissociative, because I think I understand it better than anybody else. I legitimately think I might be one of the forerunners on dissociative research, because I haven't seen anything that fucking reads. I'll find them one day. I'll find the other, but whoever they are, they're so far out there, I haven't caught up to them yet. So, one day I'll catch up to the chief executive queen of dissociation, but, we're on intersecting paths, I promise. I just think that autistic people talk about themselves. Autistic people love to talk about how autistic they are. They cannot wait to share with you how autistic they are. Dissociative people are not like that. So, and autistic people also love to see autism in other people. If you don't know what an autistic person is, watch Mint Salad do a live stream. That's autism. Now you get it. Mint Salad, she's like, might as well be the textbook example of a high-functioning autistic person in society. And when I say high-functioning, I mean that she is intelligent and she's capable of moving her body and she can perform high-level tasks, but she's very autistic. And that is unmistakable as somebody who spent a lot of time around her. And it's not just autism. She's also got BPD, but that's a whole other conversation. And I think there's a chance I have some level of BPD as well, and that's something I've more so learned to cope with on a personal level through very careful. There was a time my mentor, probably the most powerful thing that's ever been said to me, my mentor Ghost Lightning said, you need to learn to control your mood. And so, I've been kind of obsessed with that because my mood is very difficult to control. This whole video is kind of about how hard it is to control my mood. But it's because my mood is almost literally different people, people with different memories, people who don't understand entirely what's going on with one another, even if they have a sense of one another. They can communicate, but they're not thinking all the same things. And certain ones can take control, and I don't know if I even know all of them. I'm going to talk about 9 entities in this video. I don't know if that's everybody, so to speak. I know there are people who probably died that I don't remember. There are probably things that I've been that I've killed and deliberately deleted, because my memories are fascinating to me in that they go back extremely far. I can remember stuff that happened when I was 4 years old, but it's because I've kept those memories. I've kept thinking about them periodically my entire life, where there's stuff that happened when I was 4 that I kept thinking about when I was 5 and when I was 6 and when I was 7, and so it's still there because I won't stop thinking about it. But there's also huge swaths that have been deleted, and a lot of it's because it was repetitive, it wasn't interesting, not that much happened, but that's my opinion on the matter. And when I look at it retrospectively, when I know objectively a lot more of what happened than I did when I was a kid, and I'm no, all of this was actually crazy. Everything that was happening around me was crazy. I was ignoring it. I learned how to dissociate. I learned how to deliberately not pay attention to what's happening around me so that I don't have to believe that it's really happening. I learned how to live inside of doublethink as a child. As I learned how to know intellectually what's going on, but emotionally ignore it, and therefore eventually forget. Anything I didn't commit to emotionally, I forgot. So anything I have committed to emotionally, I've clung on to so hard. I can remember anything I was into as a kid. Some of it I wasn't that into. I have to really try to think about it. If I was really into it, I can still remember why. I can still remember what it looked like in my mind's eye, the moments that stood out. But if I wasn't into it, it's gone. It is gone. I cannot remember it without somebody helping to bring it out. If somebody starts telling me about something that I have forgotten, I might remember it. But so that's the way my memories work. It's either deeply embedded or it is fully removed. There are definitely personalities that died. There are definitely personalities I do not know. And that's the part that scares me that I'm trying to deal with. I want to make videos like this because I think the better that the people inside of me God, it's a weird way to say that. The better that I understand myself. See, that's how a normal person says that. The better that I understand myself, the easier it will be. Like a normal person exists. I'm just trying to look. This is my entertainment persona. All right. Let me be clear. Who you are talking to right now? You're not talking. Who you are listening to right now is Trixie the Golden Witch. Trixie the Golden Witch runs this channel. Trixie the Golden Witch sometimes has control over this body, but it's mostly when I'm talking to the microphone. Trixie the Golden Witch is usually mostly conceptual. She's not usually actually doing anything except for when the microphone is on. So, like, in a way, Trixie is... Well, you don't know her as well as I do, but you've seen her do as much as I have. Let's put it that way. Trixie doesn't do that much. Trixie makes videos. Trixie is here to voice the content. She doesn't even edit the content all the time. She has opinions about it, I guess. Trixie is there to mediate. Trixie the Golden Witch is the president of us. Us president. Trixie Goldie Witch. Us... It's a metaphor that was introduced to me by Jordan Peele. The U.S. Us. His movie. If you haven't seen the movie Us, it would do a lot. If this video intrigues you, if you're like still listening, watch Us. It's a really good movie. It'll definitely intrigue you. It's a horror movie, but it's not scary as much as it is fascinating and just very, very dissociative film. Very much a film about this feeling, dissociative identity. So many thoughts running through my head. How did I get like this? Why is it like this? My mom's dad is sleeping in the room next to me. I only met him 8 years ago. At that time, he didn't really remember who he is anymore. He's barely got any sense of self. He's 90 years old right now. My mom's mom is so deep into a persona that she crafted that there is no sense of who she is or what she thinks whatsoever. You could not possibly get a read on my grandmother's true feelings. She is very, very deep in that hole. In the case of my dad, his father was an actor. He was descended, his parents were both Ukrainian Jews who fled from World War II to the U.S. I don't know anything else about them. He was not in my dad's life at all. He ran to South Africa and became an actor. I have seen him in a film. He was a very small role in a South African B-movie, some weird cop drama that my uncle, an alcoholic, showed me. And my dad's mother, I only knew her in my adult life only a bit. She was a chain smoker. She was very standoffish. She mostly started connecting to the family because of Facebook. When Facebook came into existence, it was like she suddenly appeared in everyone's lives. And I was told by my Uncle Johnny that I mentioned just earlier, I was told by his crazy-ass wife that his mother had 13 personalities. I don't know where she heard that from, where the specificity of 13 came from. I absolutely believe she had dissociative identities. She did not raise her 4 children almost whatsoever. She pretty much locked herself up for most of their lives and just drank. My dad's stepfather raised them as much as he could. Anything my dad has that makes him a functioning member of society was put into him by his stepdad. But his stepdad died when he was like 30. I was like 8, so I don't even remember his face. And so the generation above my parents, there was a ton of problems there, obviously. Both of my parents are very neurodivergent people. I personally would diagnose my mom, both of them with ADHD. My dad also with. So there's kind of a difference between ADHD and ADD. I don't know I haven't done as much research in that sector, but it seems like one is more physical and one is more mental, and you can have both. Like my husband Bird has both ADHD and ADD to like the furthest extent possible. So it's like both his mind and his body are just always nonstop, unless he's playing a video game, in which case there is nonstop movement, but it's been micro-tuned, into the arm movement. But like he's also watching a show and he's playing like the most hyperactive video game you can imagine at the same time. It's like overwhelming how ADD and ADHD he is. My dad, I think, is more ADD. It's more of a physical sense of disconnect, like this moment from the next. Something happens and then he's in a new mood, His mind is always racing, but it's not as many different subject matters. It's like one train of thought that keeps continuing. Now, my dad's been diagnosed with ADD and with OCD. He also is very obsessive compulsive. There are certain things that have to be certain ways or else everything is wrong, and he will freak the fuck out. So everybody around him kind of tries to keep certain things in order for him. I personally would diagnose my dad with paranoid schizophrenia. He has some of the most delusional ideas that I've ever heard that he springs on me because both of my parents feel they can talk to me openly. I don't, something about the fact that I don't react. I never say anything negative to anybody. They'll just dump this. Oh, well, I'm also fascinated. I kind of want to know what they're thinking, but it's amazing the stuff that I will be told. Definitely deep in some schizophrenic delusions, and I will tell him as much. But so all of that rubbed off on me as well. In my mom's case, you got extreme ADHD and I think narcissism. And my mom is definitely trying to combat the narcissism because it's so prevalent in her family. Her mom is deeply narcissistic, deeply a Karen. All of her mom's kids before her. So my mom's dad is different from... She has 4 older siblings who all have the same father. She's got a different father, and then her younger sister also has a different father. So 3 fathers, 6 kids. Neither her nor her sister knew this growing up. They thought they had the same dad as the rest of them. Nobody else thought this. My mom is also definitely autistic. I should have thrown that in. My mom is definitely more autistic than I am. By like a significant margin, but not enough. Nowhere near mint salad. Nowhere near some of my cousins who are very autistic were. My cousin Evan killed himself this year. Basically what I'm trying to say is there is a lot of neurodivergence in my family, and it is kind of what brought my parents together. Both of them liked alternative culture. They were both, they met in 1990. They met right as alternative culture was exploding. They were both Jane's Addiction fans. They were interested in like harder music, but not metal, because metal's kind of dorky, but like that kind of heavy alternative, cool fashion. They really bonded over fashion. They bonded over the fact that they were both the best dressed people at a Newport News club, basically. That's why they got together. But they ended up marrying after like 6 weeks of knowing each other, and it was because my dad was being moved back to California. He's from California. He's from the Bay Area. He's from San Jose. He was being deployed back to San Francisco, so basically his hometown. Now, he hadn't been there in a few years. He had been already, I think, 4 years into his 8-year military service at this point. He was in the Navy for 8 years. He was all over the world. He'd been to the Philippines. He'd been, different parts of Asia and shit. He'd been partying in all those places, doing crazy drugs, doing crazy parties, having crazy sex, all that kind of shit. He'd been living the life that Navy guys live. Sowing the oats out there or whatever the fuck, right? So God knows what kind of chaos that could have caused. This is the first time I've ever really thought about that. I'm like, I'm not going to bring any of this up to him because it won't do him any good to think about. Oh, Jesus Christ. We live in a very different world from the late 80s and the early 90s. The 90s really changed things, at least in United States culture, and they changed things in the way that I grew up with, in a way that I feel like I'm one of the youngest people that understands, like, or rather I'm the oldest person who understands I'm the only one who was at the right age when this happened to really get both sides, to really understand both pre-90s and post-90s mentalities, because I grew up in the 90s, so I have the post-90s mentality, but I also am old enough that everybody that I grew up looking up to was from pre-90s mentality, so it's like a very warped. What do I mean by this? My parents are like the least safe people that could have had kids. Like in 1990, you're talking about two alternative, neurodivergent, gothic, drug-using idiots, people with no higher education. My mom did finish high school because she was brought back. She had to finish at like a problem kid high school, and my dad didn't. He got a GED and he joined the Navy. So like these, low education, projects risen. The reason my dad learned discipline is through the Navy, but it also gave him PTSD and traumatized him and made him a much angrier person. He grew up as a scrappy little innocent kid. He was small, and when he joined the Navy, he was just bullied relentlessly. Like, he spent his whole Navy time having to turn himself into somebody who could deal with the fact that he was going to get fucked with all the time. So my dad has been trying to build up a sort of Goodfellas gangster facade to live by while being the softest man imaginable his whole life. And my mom has been a very small woman, 5'2", who empowered herself through her sexuality when she was younger. She didn't get married till she was 26. He was 22. And so she was like coming out of this age of like kind of growing up, having done a lot of jobs, realizing I can't be like a groupie for the rest of my life, which is what she was, So, the two of them getting together was like an attempt to build maturity, an attempt to build adulthood together, and they had a kid right away. So it's not like they figured anything out first. They just went ahead and had a kid, and then they had another one about 18 months later. So that's, I think, all the background of my family that really needs to be expressed. I hope that's all interesting. It's hard for me to talk about my own past because I know everything I'm talking about is inherently interesting to me because it's about me. But I don't know where the story is or isn't interesting for you, where it becomes hard to follow. So this video will inevitably be a conversation. You're going to have to ask for answers. This is going to be such a thing. Like, I don't know how to prepare you mentally for the next couple hours, but like, this is really going to be a ride, and it is about me, but you're going to have a lot to think about yourself along the way. Because again, we're bearing all of my insecurities through this process. So keep in mind, my parents, they're 26, 22, They're together about 6 weeks. They get married. They move to California right away, right? They end up living on this little island called Alameda that is in the San Francisco Bay. So if you've probably heard of San Francisco, one of the biggest cities in America, I think it's the second biggest city in California after LA, maybe third after San Diego, I'm not sure. San Francisco is like the gayest place in America, one of the most progressive cities, and even at this time it would have been like fairly advanced in that way. But they didn't live in San Francisco. San Francisco is on the south side of the San Francisco Bay. On the north side of the San Francisco Bay is Oakland. Oakland is famous for being one of the more dangerous cities in America, one of the harder places to live, but the creativity that comes out of Oakland is tremendous. Some of my favorite artists, Del the Funky Homo Sapien, Fantastic Negrito, I think Clipping comes out of Oakland. And my parents lived on an island called Alameda that is connected to Oakland. It's like this little island right next to Oakland, connected by a little bridge. It's like right there next to Oakland. And there's a bridge that connects Oakland to San Francisco. And built next to that bridge is a man-made island called Treasure Island that has a little, like the bridge that connects San Francisco to Oakland, there's another little bridge that connects to Treasure Island, like from the middle of that bridge. It's crazy. Look this up on a map. It's fascinating. It's fun to look at. So my parents lived on Alameda Island when I was born, but there is not a hospital on Alameda Island. It's just a bunch of houses, basically. So I was born in an Oakland hospital, but my parents lived on Alameda. They moved within like a few months of me being born, staying on Alameda Island, but they moved. Now, this is tremendously important. I don't think that first move did much, but it's about to set a pattern. Because if you know child psychology in a way that my parents could not have in 1991 when I was born. I was born August 8th, 1991, by the way. Moving house, moving distance when you have a young child is one of the most difficult things you can do for their development, from what I understand. I've heard from multiple sources that if a kid has dramatic changes in circumstances early in life, it's going to fuck with them really bad because they really are trying their hardest to establish a sense of coherency in their life, and then it just goes away. So they lived in 2 different houses in that first year on Alameda, and by the time I was 1 year old, they moved to Treasure Island, that other little island I mentioned. So within like a year, I lived in 3 houses as an infant, as a baby, before I knew what was going on. Now, I don't know if changing the environment that early on had that tremendous of an effect, because there was one very consistent aspect in my life still. My parents, they're there. My parents are around. My parents are there to create a sense of consistency. I keep seeing these same faces all the time, and that's the main thing that's in a baby's world anyways. Now, I also know that I was introduced to a tremendous number of people, because my mom had not met any of my dad's family until they came back to California. So they start meeting all his brothers. My dad's got 3 brothers. 2 of them are tremendous assholes. One of them is very, very much fine. But I have no idea if that affected me as a baby, that like 2 of these jackasses were around me, you know. Like, it's impossible for me to know what left an impression on me when I was that young, you know. Like, how did they treat me and how did it affect me? I can't remember. You know, probably most of it doesn't really matter. Everybody has a tumultuous infancy because being an infant is confusing and strange. But I was apparently pretty well behaved as a kid. I wasn't tripping on any of this. So here's literally me as a baby. You see this bright-eyed, cross-eyed, unbothered, curious expression. I mean, obviously, infant, you can see the difference between, like, literal newborn. And so there's a couple, this is probably, like, closer to 1 or 2 years between these two pictures, you know. But look, this kid looks fine. This kid does not look bothered by shit. This kid's like, I'm ready to go. I don't care. Here's a Shire-looking kid, but still curious. Still, you know, wanting to know. Not knowing, wanting to know. Kind of like Limone over here, who's a little bit older. Hey, look, there's some more me. I'm such a fucking baby. What a cute little, sweet little, happy little baby. Well, let me tell you, this is... Okay, so hopefully we're now finally making the concept of this video clear. This is baby Bijou Ham Ham. This is little baby me. This is my mental impression of myself as a baby. Why do I have this? What am I saying? Am I saying this is how I remember feeling when I was a kid? No, I don't remember how I felt when I was a kid. What I'm saying is that somebody who feels like this, who feels like what I see in these pictures of either myself or of these anime characters, someone who feels like this comes out of me sometimes in fits and spurts. This is a version of me that exists. This is baby Bijou Ham Ham. Sometimes I just become her. It's not necessarily voluntary. It's not that I don't think I could summon her. I don't think I could do it right now. There are certain circumstances that almost certainly will summon baby Bijou Ham Ham. If I were, let's say we were driving down the road, right? And I'm not paying attention. I'm just sitting there. I'm thinking about something else. And then all of a sudden I realize we are passing by a massive herd of cows. Baby Bijou Ham Ham is going to let out a loud moo. And I would have just done it, but she doesn't want to. She's not awake. She's not. It's past baby's bedtime. Baby Bijou Ham Ham is a rare fronting personality. She's not usually in control, but at the same time, she is the most powerful personality in my system because none of the other ones will do wrong by baby Bijou Ham Ham. She may not be in control in the sense of making decisions, but she is in control in the sense that she is the judge. She is the judicial system of my system. There is a large Congress. There's about 7 members of the Congress. There is a president. We'll talk about her last. She's me. And there is a judge. And baby Bijou Ham Ham is the judge. Ultimately, if she decides the final say, and this is why I have never been in a physical altercation in my life, because as you can see, can you imagine this fucking kid getting into a fight? Can you imagine this kid really doing anything violent? No, you cannot. This is the child that lives inside of me, that I have kept alive, and that I will keep alive, and that I will do anything to keep alive, that she approves of. Now, do I think baby would let me kill somebody to keep her alive? I do think so. I don't know if she would acknowledge that it happened. I don't know what it would do to her. I don't know what it would do to me. I don't know if Trixie would survive that. Someone new would probably show up. Who might not remember any of this. You know, like baby might still be alive in there, but this new person probably wouldn't know about her or something. I don't know. I can't predict that kind of thing, and I hope it never happens. She's doing all right. But here's the thing. She's a fucking baby. And I think a lot of you probably feel that you have some sense of your inner child inside of you, right? Like, some of us, I think actually a lot of people have children, maybe not in order to do this. I mean, I think just by instinct you have children because your body's telling you to. But, like, I think that a lot of what people get out of having children is, like, re-accessing their own inner child. Like, a lot of people kind of forget about this person. They kind of dissociate so far away from this person that they forget they ever were this person. And then they they see somebody else becoming like that person. It reminds them that they used to be that way, and they get happy because they're like, oh yeah, like I was you. Maybe I still am. Maybe on some level I still am you, right? So on some level, everyone else I'm about to tell you about is baby Bijou Ham Ham. The problem is she's still here. I won't say problem. She's not a problem. I love baby. But she hasn't grown up. She hasn't been able to grow up. She doesn't want to grow up. She won't grow up. I don't know if she has the capacity to grow up. I think she might always be here. I think I will. Oh, I keep fucking. Y'all can't see it. I'm like touching my screen. I'm like pressing on it, like emphatically. I'm not trying to bully you, baby. I'm sorry. Okay, so what's going on here in this image? I haven't really explained this or the concept of this yet. Obviously, it's a bunch of anime characters for the most part. Some of these entities I will express through, like, real people. Like, I'll have some real people in the collages other than myself. But, like, baby is not a real baby anymore. I'm a grown person. I'm a whole ass, like, when baby comes forward and says words, it's coming out of my mouth. It's coming out of an adult's mouth. So none of these characters are babies, but they all have some aspect of an arrested development. Obviously, in the case of Bijou the hamster there in the top left, it's just a cute thing. And some of these characters are just, like, young and childish, or, like, what they represent in their own story is something similar to what Bijou represents in my system. So, for instance, Biko, which is the blonde girl next to the hamster, she's like a high school girl who has the personality of a child, and most of the story of Project A-ko is about protecting her, protecting that innocent little girl. I think a lot of anime is about protecting your inner child, and that is part of what I get out of it. Ponyo is just probably the one with the personality that actually reflects how baby comes out. Just like, I love ham, like, type shit, That wasn't baby's voice, by the way. That was just me doing an imitation of it. But Ponyo does the best baby, like, just excitement about very few things, but, like, overwhelmingly, and to the extent that she's willing to, like, destroy the world in service of getting those things she wants. But she's not trying to destroy the world. So I got Suika from Dr. Stone here, just like a helpful, like, somebody who just wants to be helpful. The girl from Sangatsu no Lion, I think, falls into that realm as well. Like, she's just like, what can I do to be, like, all she sees in herself is, like, I'm just here to be nice. I'm just here to be good. I'm just here to help, You'll notice I've got a lot of these kind of deadpan lolly characters in here as well. Some of whom are, like, old, like the purple-haired girls in the middle here. Renge-chan is actually, like, a little girl, the one in the middle. But Kanna and I don't remember the name of this, like, very darker purple-haired girl. She's from a show called, oh my god, it's slipping out of my mind. Nekogami Yao Yorozu. I don't think anybody has seen this fucking anime. But, like, she's an ancient god, and so is Kanna, is like an ancient dragon. And the little Shota kid, there's a little boy who looks like a girl on the bottom right, who is actually closer to how I really looked at when I was, like, when I was young, who is from is from Natsume Yujincho, also like an ancient spirit. And then, of course, in the very bottom right, we have Shinobu. And Shinobu is like a centuries old vampire who was a grown woman, but she had a bunch of parts of her sort of like removed, and without those parts she's regressed to childhood. And that's kind of how I feel about being baby still, like the fact that sometimes I just end up being a baby again, and like it's not my most dissociative personality. It's not the one who's the most likely to just kind of lay around and do nothing, but it is very comfy. Like if I find access to baby, I kind of don't want to leave, if I'm just very comfortable and cozy as like a baby curled up having baby ass thoughts. It's a pretty pleasant state to be in, and I think that protecting the ability to access that state is basically all anybody else in my system is trying to do. They're just trying to make it so I can be baby more often. But I also appreciate this is a child. I cannot be this person all the time. This person has to grow up, has to have other forms, So this leaves the question, why do I keep going back? Like, why am I stuck regressing all the way back to baby mode? And the best reasoning I can think of, from my understanding of psychology, is that it has to do with just a sense of abandonment from my dad as a kid. And it's because of the fact that he was still in the Navy. And there was a period of time. Again, I don't have memories of my first 3 years of life. So this is only what I know from... Everything I know about me from that period is from photographs. It's from my baby book that my mom filled out very extensively and then read to me a lot when I was a kid. And from her telling me stories later in life. So, like, I have a mental image of what this was all like, but I don't actually have memories of it. So as I understand it, because my brother was born just 18 months after me, that means I was 9 months old when my mom got pregnant again. Early into that pregnancy, my dad was redeployed, and he was gone for a lot of my mom being pregnant with her second kid. And then after my brother Victor was born, my dad also, even when he was around, was very much like he would go and play volleyball and like hang out with friends and do other shit. And like my mom just felt like she was basically raising us by herself, and this was like a very difficult period for her, and a period where I think she imprinted on me tremendously because my mom was just talking to her baby. I know that because right now she just talks to her cats. That's the way she is. She has always been somebody who cannot stop talking. She talks out loud. She talks into the air. She talks to herself. So everything she was feeling, she was decompressing onto baby me, thinking, baby's not going to remember or understand any of this, whatever. So I think that during this period, I got this understanding of my mom that basically just made me think I had to stick close to her and protect her and her feelings forever. During this period, I really got my mom's imprint on me. I thought that my mission was to be her clone, basically. And it's going to take until I'm in my teens before I stop really just trying to be my mom. So, I think that when I was a baby, before this point where my dad left, I think I was very attached to him. Because when I hear his stories of when I was a baby, he was the one who could get me to sleep. He was the one who was always, carrying me around, lifting me up, putting me in the car. Like, a lot of the stuff that makes me comfortable still is stuff my dad was doing. Stuff that when I see other men doing for babies, I get like an odd jealousy. I saw recently when we were in San Diego visiting Bird's family, we were at lunch, and I saw a man who was standing with his baby in his arm, and he had her sort of laying like on her belly, like across his forearm. So he's like flying her around like a plane, and it was taking a really long time for them to get seated. So he's just flying his baby around through the air for like 15 minutes, and the baby looked happy as fuck, and I was like, I can't imagine life gets better than that. Like, being a baby in the arms of the person that you trust the most and just absolutely having a field day with the concept of gravity for the first time and like feeling comfortable about it, you know, just being in your groove. I don't think much could feel better than that. And I'm just watching this guy rock this baby and I'm like, that's where I wanted to be forever. You know, like that's where, and I can remember as a baby, like in particular, like a few years on, because eventually my dad was around more. He was eventually out of the Navy. He was eventually not on deployment, and I can remember times where he would like lift me up onto his legs and fly me around like Superman, and it's like my favorite feeling I ever had, and it only happened a few times, because eventually he got. He's always been a workaholic, always been somebody who had jobs that were going to keep him late into the night. So I feel like just whatever I was getting out of my relationship with my dad, I never got enough of it in early childhood. And this baby is always waiting for dad to come home. This baby is in a perpetual state of excitement that daddy's home. This baby is the reason that people have caught me calling my husband, who's 8 years younger than me, names like Papa and Daddy, because she wants Daddy around. But it's not sexual. Like, it's purely a desire to just be held and feel comforted that somebody's looking out for me. Like the person who is physically capable of protecting me is still here and, not disappeared. And I think that every time I feel like I'm back in that safety, I return to being this baby who never quite moved on. And so you could see, most of these characters, again, they're not babies. They're arrested in development, or they're advanced. Like Hakase Professor, who's the biggest one I have here, the main big face. I have her as the main one because this specific expression, this is how I see baby the most. More than anything else, that expression, that's her attitude, is, ow! Like, let's go! Like, woohoo! Like, excitement over whatever's happening. She only comes out to front over excitement. Or, like, to be, in despair, but in, like, a very cutesy way. But, like, she is mostly there to be like, yeah, let's go. And Hakase is confusingly portrayed as, like, a child, but also a genius. And when I was a kid, my parents literally thought I might be autistic, because that was when autism was first becoming like a diagnosis that you heard in the news. They took me to the doctor, and the doctor said, no, I think your kid's advanced. And I was advanced in the early part of my childhood. And that's going to bring us into the next personality, because baby's not very like the way that I actually was on the surface beyond being a baby. I think that the personality I developed in response to feeling that I could not have access to what I wanted anymore as a baby became somebody who could take care of myself. And so we get to the oldest personality of mine that has actually aged, which is Mavis Number, the Number Muncher. Her name is Mavis Number, but Number Muncher is her nickname. She's named after that gag from the Egoraptor video. None of these personalities had names or were identified at all by me until recently, by the way. Like, it's not like I grew up calling myself Baby Bijou Ham Ham or Mavis Number, but like this is like me trying to give goofy names that describe the personalities of these personalities. You have to keep all of this in good fun. None of this should be taken too seriously if the names don't make that clear. So you might have noticed a pretty massive shift in vibe here. Mavis might actually be able to participate in speaking because she is a grown adult. I can't quite give any of these people like a real voice. It's all filtered. Everything has to be filtered. Most of my personalities cannot speak. There are personalities that are built to speak. They can affect the speech at best. So if I'm speaking in like a funny way, it means that maybe that personality is affecting speech, but it's not how they sound. If I seem autistic, it's because of Mavis. But it's not autism. It's that she is so sequestered from the emotional part of my identity. She is the first ever front. She is the mask. She's the face of dissociation. I mean, you see this infant here. Like, this is a kid that's probably less than 2 years old, but that expression is nothing like what we saw on the last page. That is the face of a kid who is totally walled out, totally thinking about something else. Somebody who, whatever is happening, they do not know what it is. And that's not out of confusion or it's out of a lack of curiosity. It's out of being in a different place and thinking about another thing. So Mavis is the logic center of my thinking. Mavis is the one who realized at some point that the world is a confusing and scary place, and that I had to try to make sense of it if I was going to survive it. And when you're a kid, that's like a very narrow sense. It's neither an existential threat yet, nor is it something that you really know how you're going to deal with. You're just kind of throwing shots at the wind. But I was always a tinkerer and an experimenter and sort of saw myself. I think this person, if Mavis never got interrupted in any way, if she was like in control, I would be a mechanic or an architect, almost certainly. Because this period in my childhood, I do remember taking a very early interest in architecture, a very early interest in maths, which is funny because later on I was going to totally fucking suck at math. And like I'm weirdly in an interim where like if it's basic math, I can do it very easily in my head, whereas advanced math, if it starts getting conceptual, I think it's just I don't know why I should care, so it's hard for me to. I'm very not good at caring about things I don't understand why I should care about. Mavis is very utilitarian. Again, everyone is kind of built to do Bijou Hamham's bidding to a degree. So, like, Mavis is fundamentally in love with Bijou. It's not necessarily sexual, but she is a big lesbian. Big lesbian. Mavis is the main lesbian of the bunch, and it's all about aesthetics and math, really. She just appreciates not even the female form, but I would just say more female forms. She's so particular. Mavis notices everything. She's the analyst. She's the noticer. She's the one who's constantly breaking things down. But the way that Mavis understands everything is through relationships. It's all through either spatial relationships or time relationships. When did this happen relative to that? Or how far apart is this from that? And that space and time shit, that is so core to the way I operate and the way I think. It's very difficult to express, but like when I start getting into all the map geekery, like when I literally start opening up maps and showing you, anybody who's, if you're watching this, you probably know me well enough to know that I'm obsessed with maps. Like, this is Mavis's fault because she views everything by how far is it from the next thing. So like, I could tell you how I could visually imagine the entire drive, 22-minute drive that I would take to go pick up my weed every week, right? Because I can think about, okay, so from my house, I know there's this truck with these crazy rims that are like the next landmark thing that I see, and that's probably like this many yards, so I can picture everything that happens between here and there, and then like I can picture what the end of the street looks like. So I then imagine everything that happens between here and there. Like, that's the way I am able to visualize the world I've been through. And it's also the reason that I can remember music so well, where if I've heard a song enough times, I have the song. It's all in my head, because I'm thinking about, well, it's this sound and then this sound. It's this word and then this word, in this order. So if I memorize the order of the words, now I'm not very good at actually identifying words by ear. I've talked about that I have kind of like an audio dyslexia. I can consign sounds, like the way something sounds in a melodic sense, to my brain very easily, but I can't remember what they're actually saying. Like the rhythm and the cadence of the words sticks out, but the particularities of the all that shit that makes you enunciate, that is the part that's harder to actually internalize. You may notice that even though most of the characters on screen here are women, they are like the most masculine or otherwise like least. Just they don't look like people who care what gender they are whatsoever. None of them are trying to perform anything, including the me that's in like the somehow least gendered outfit I could think of. Like, I don't look like a man or a woman in that picture. I look like I look like Link. Anytime I wear that shirt, I just think of Link. Mavis only cares about logic. And in that way, she's part of why I didn't realize I was trans for such a long time. Because, again, she is kind of the front. And we're going to talk about other personalities that are kind of built out of... From this point forward, everything is built out of some level of collaboration. So, like, when we get to the next personality I'm going to talk about, it's going to be that Mavis and Baby worked together to make something new together. And I guess there are some that kind of came out of trauma that were not like a deliberate project. And others, well, I guess we'll get into it. Each one has their own story. I shouldn't try to generalize. But, like, so when I was a kid, aside from the fact that I was cross-eyed, and so I started wearing glasses, and I started identifying with characters who wear glasses who stereotypically were portrayed as smart, and so I started self-identifying as smart, I was obsessed with listing, and I still am. I shouldn't say was. I am obsessed with listing, and this has been my entire life. I have seen home videos of me, literally less than 2 years old, taking this large pile of cars that I had, like toy cars that I had, that my parents had bought me, and I would organize them over and over again in different ways. I would sort them by color, I'd sort them by size, I'd sort them by, first descending, then ascending order, and like, this is the first time I remember having thoughts. I can remember the thoughts. Like, if I had real thoughts about something as a kid, I can remember them, because and all it was is the realization that I could go from ascending to descending order. I didn't have those words, obviously, but like, I remember realizing that like I could swap it, that I could go forward and then backward. And I think that's how Mavis was born, was like the realization of how many different ways things could be categorized and listed. When I start categorizing or listing something or building a collage like these ones that you're looking at, I can't stop. It won't stop. It just goes. Mavis, when she gets focused, she is the most powerful personality. And a lot of the time it's because she thinks it will make Baby happy. Baby just wants to sleep. Baby's a baby. Baby will sleep all day. As long as she gets like a couple head pats and a hug, she's fucking fine for the day. Baby doesn't take that much to please, which is why she sleeps for so often. That said, if I go through a lot of shit I don't want to go through, I will totally fucking black out. Baby will put everybody else to sleep. So that's the biggest reason. I'm kind of a glass cannon. I'm kind of like weak in that sense that if I can't handle enough, Baby's going to put me to sleep. I crash out. I'm a crash out type of a person. But for the most part, Mavis can just put Baby to sleep and do what she wants to do, which is make a big fucking list. And she'll do it all day. She'll be fucking happy about it. The only reason I'm not always making a list is I can't get paid to do that, and it's really hard. The way that Mavis makes a list, because she's so passionate about it, she will never half-ass it. A lot of my anime career has been defined by Mavis's inability to half-ass a list. It's her saying like, well, if I'm going to list the top 10 anime of 2014, I have to have seen every anime that came out in 2014, or else how can it be a list? Like, she's incapable of selling out. She's definitely the most autistic personality because, again, she's just bred from logic. She was made to protect baby so that if I'm too emotional to handle something, logic takes over. You know, baby can't deal with it. Here's Mavis. Mavis is basically indifferent except for how can I fix the situation in such a way that baby is no longer afraid of it, you know? Can I make a list? Will that help? You know, that's her mentality. I'm going to open up this document. I read from this at the start. I forgot to read baby's section. So we'll go back real quick. What I wrote about baby is that she was arrested in development by my father's repeated deployment. She's represented by a hamster, a skunk, or another small rodent. The reason for the skunk is that my mom called me Stinker when I was a baby, and she got me lots of little skunk plushies. I never really, because I never seen a skunk or really knew what they were about, so I only understood it as far as, like, a thing my mom calls me, and that's cute. But, like, skunks are cool, so, you know, baby likes skunk. Baby's cutesy, she's loving, she's excitable, she's energetic, she's bouncy, she likes to be in the car, and this is, even when I was a baby, for whatever reason, my dad could just, like, drive me around. Like, if I wouldn't fall asleep, because I've always had insomnia, even when I was a baby, my dad would get me to sleep by driving me around. So that's probably why I like the long car rides so much. I like listening to music, and I like all manner of physical contact. If you want baby to show up, you gotta touch me. And I think if you... Well, you don't. Nobody listening to this knows me in real life. Anybody who did would know that I am hard to touch. I don't touch people. I am an awkward hugger. I don't even really stand close to my husband in social situations most of the time. He's kind of awkward to the touch too, so it's like a double, it's like both of us are equally kind of standoffish in that way, but I'm not a touchy-feely person. And I kind of will jump at the, like if somebody touches me, I kind of like jolt a lot of the time because I'm just so not expecting it. And it's because I think my expectation is that if someone's touching me, it must be because I trust them. And if somebody touches me who they're trying to tell me that I should trust them, but I don't already, it makes me more suspicious of them. And like, I know I shouldn't be because I feel like, no, I do want to trust this person, but I don't. So instead, their touch makes me feel distrust. And it's just because, like, again, if baby trusted them, she would come out because she's being touched. But baby is on such guard. Like, you know, Mavis isn't even the one protecting her the hardest. We'll get to some of the other projects. I mean, it's Mavis's fault. It's her emotions that created the other personalities. But, like, she herself is indifferent. I swear to God, every time I say something that makes no fucking sense, it will make more sense by the time the video's over. You're committed. This is like a fucking J.J. Abrams mystery box. You gotta know what's happening here. There's no real answer. This is schizophrenic nonsense. Baby doesn't front many times or for long throughout the day, but she usually manifests at least a couple of times. And she creates a great sense of relief by being placated in a degree. Yeah, if you can make baby happy, you've got me in your pocket. But good luck. You know, like, you have to get through everybody else. It's like fighting off fucking the 7 evil ex-girlfriends or whatever of Ramona Flowers to get to baby. If you want to hear her precious little baby noises, you're going to have to fight through 7 layers of dissociation and a president. She's very easily entertained. She's intrigued and delighted, but only emerges in front of people she trusts and is easily scared off or rescinded for any situation requiring thought. Yeah, she also is not a thinker. Like, Mavis can think, Other more complex personalities are more interested in thinking. Like Mavis is not. Mavis likes to make a list. If the thinking is about the list, that's fine. But she is not thinking about. She created other personalities to do the thinking for her. She communicates mostly through nonsensical short bursts of excitement. We're still talking about Baby. And can sometimes formulate a more complicated statement by singing it as a little jingle. Yeah, Baby, the most... Because, again, she is not literally a baby. She's me. I'm an adult. Baby is an adult. She's me. So it's not like she's not involved in all of this. She is kind of saying everything I'm saying. Like, she kind of understands, but at the same time, I don't qualify this as her, because if you were talking to her, she wouldn't understand all the other things. Like, she wouldn't be able to formulate these sentences, by herself. She can do it because she created people to help. Does that make sense? Like, this, I don't think somebody who doesn't have this condition could possibly think this sounds sane. But to anybody who has this condition, this must sound very normal, because I don't think that dissociative identities are created for like super different reasons. We'll get into that too, because I gave an Enneagram number to everybody in here. She loves dinosaurs. Baby does. She loves sustained sounds, and that's because of these little dinosaur plushies that when I was a kid, you squeeze it and it makes like a long squeak. Like, dogs love to play with these as well. I loved those as a kid, and I think it for whatever reason, like just holding a note. Like, I think a huge part of why I got so into Linkin Park, besides the fact that they were like a rap and rock, like alternative heavy kind of band, and he was shouting "shut up" when I'm talking to you, the fact that Chester could hold a note for so fucking long, and that's how I learned breath control. I mentioned this in one of my songs called Most on the Rogue Alien Pet album, that Chester taught me breath control. But like, for real, trying to and like, part of this is me not understanding how studio like production works, that like some of that was just because they edited together multiple takes and shit. But like, trying to rap along or sing along to Linkin Park taught me how to control my breath as a kid, which is a huge part of me being able to do this job. I consider Baby Bijou Ham Ham to be the lawful good side of my personality. Since there are 9 of them, I decided that anything relative to a 9, the number 9, I'm going to include here. Look, pick a number and you can find systems based around that number. If you feel like you have 7 personalities, I promise you can find a bunch of fucking ancient texts written about the 7, right? It's because there has been other people with 7 personalities before trying to make rationale of it, and they just happen to write varying, inspiring texts that lots of people have. Because like, on some level, all of us have all of this. Every type of whatever we call neurodivergence, it's just an extreme amount of something that exists in everybody. Everybody has the ability to dissociate. Everybody has multiple personas. Everybody has ADHD or whatever. It's just a different amount based on the shape of your brain. That's a very Mavis thing to say, by the way. She understands everything in terms of spectrums. Everything to her is a spectrum. It's all either 1 or 10, There's somewhere in between that. But yeah, Baby Bijou Ham Ham would never do any harm to anyone. She is a little angel. She only wants the best, and she is not also going to put herself in any danger by besmirching the law. She is purely self-defensive little creature. She's not capable of even being mean. So that's why she's in the lawful good category. I put her as an Enneagram number 7. I can't remember what that means right now. I need to rewatch the Enneagram videos a 3rd time because I haven't fully internalized them yet. Local Script Man has these great videos about them. But the Enneagram is basically a storytelling tool that breaks down insecurities into 9 different categories, where it's like there's generally 9 different types of things that people are insecure about that generates the issues in their life that they have to have an arc to resolve, and he uses stories to present these arcs. I think that all 9 of them are things that everybody will experience some level of at some point. Again, everything's a spectrum to me. Thanks, Mavis. I was almost shocked how well the Enneagram 9 mapped onto my 9 characters, if you will. I do think of these as characters. They are basically, this is me just fictionalizing sides of my personality so that they're easier to talk about, because otherwise this is fucking impossible to talk about. I was shocked how well the Enneagram mapped to them, even better than like the whole alignment chart, because obviously, like, I don't think any part of me is evil in the sense that I'm not trying to do evil. I consider parts of me to be evil because they don't, like, they go against my own moral framework to some degree, but it's more like an intellectual thing. It's like, okay, well, if we're going to have to put somebody in every part of the alignment chart, so some of them have to be some of them are evil. Well, at least one of them is just evil, but like, I just think it's weird to label yourself that way, but it's fun. There's 9 personalities. There's 9 sides to the alignment chart. So there's 9 slots on the Enneagram. There also happens to be 9 Indian goddesses. Look, I'm going to be honest. I don't know shit about these goddesses. I was just researching the number 9 and all the different paradigms of 9s that exist. And just a very short description of the goddesses that exists on Wikipedia mapped to them well enough that I went, fuck it, I'm going with it. Shailaputri is daughter of mountain. It's basically the baby form of like a later on elder goddess in the same mythology. So pretty easy to map onto the baby. And also her theme song is Moonchild by King Crimson. If you listen to that song, I think you'll understand. If you already know the song, you're probably just gonna nod like, yeah, of course. How could the baby in the DID system not be represented by Moonchild by King Crimson? Come on, like, some things have to be just considered generic, even in terms of dissociative disorders, right? We have to establish this culture, y'all. We have to get past everybody accusing one another of not or Gary. Like, we have to get past the part where everybody keeps saying, I don't have DID, or I do I even really have it? You have it. It's not weird to have it. It's not like, it's not, just because it's not understood doesn't mean it's not an obvious presence. Let's put it that way. Okay, so I read the bit about Bijou, but we had moved on to Mavis. And as you can see, Mavis is she's stoic, she's a mechanic, she's not a complicated character. Most of these characters are not that complicated. I put Marceline in here, even though she's probably a little bit more like, despite being a vampire, almost more human than some of these other characters. But she is gray skinned, and I always imagine Mavis having gray skin. Like, I imagine her looking like a cross between Clementine from, who's like the mechanic character, who's also a mom, and that's gonna come up, but we'll save that for when we talk about Pluto. But she's like the mom and the mechanic character in Caravan Sandwich, which is gonna come up again later, and then we got this girl from Little Witch Academia. If you combined these two and made them gray, that's my mental image of Mavis. This is how I think of her as a kid, the girl from Figure 17, who kind of is very blank and plain and just kind of stares into space and doesn't say much of anything. She reminds me a lot of me at her age. Nowhere in any art media have I seen a character that acts more like me at age 8 than the 8-year-old protagonist of Figure 17, who herself ends up meeting another version of herself. That was also the age when I tried to kill myself for the first time, because I first started getting bullied. But Mavis existed long before that, and that created a personality that we'll get to later. We haven't gotten that far yet. But Mavis, again, she has grown up with me. She's existed since I was a kid, since I was a little, it's literally before my memory. The stuff I only know about because I've seen it on videotape. I've seen Mavis. I know she was there. I know she was created because of the fact that baby couldn't handle the circumstances of my dad leaving, of moving all the time. She just couldn't understand what the fuck was going on. Mavis had to show up to try to start making sense of shit. And her version of making sense of shit was put everything in a line. Just make a line out of it. Find a way that you can organize it that makes sense, and everything will be okay. That's Mavis's mentality. And the older she's gotten, the more of a technician she's become. But so what does she do for me now? Because obviously she's not a mechanic. Obviously I'm not a mechanic. She's the one who picks the words. She's the one who knows what word is the right word. She's the one who knows what order the words go in spite of the fact that I'm not very good at actually, like, if it wasn't for her, the organization of words would be nonsense. Baby doesn't care about shit making sense. Baby does not at all care about making sense. And you're going to meet some other personalities that are the product of that. You know, like Mavis is the only personality at the core who cares about making sense. If she wasn't here, nothing I do would make sense at all. So Mavis is the reason that I'm an analyst. And I think I identified with her a lot more than I did with Baby before transition. A big part of my transition was basically recognizing that the characters that we're going to meet later that are more the product of Mavis did not represent me wholly enough because they didn't make Baby happy enough. Baby wants to be a baby. She does not want to be an intellectual. She certainly does not want to be a man, which is what follows logically from being a person born with a penis in this society. Like living your life as a man. I'm not saying there's anything logical about thinking of me as a man. I'm saying that in this society where most people are fucking stupid as shit and cannot possibly wrap their brain around, like, you're a woman, but you look like a guy. Like, that's too complicated for the overwhelming majority of people based on their own insecurities. And therefore, from a logical standpoint, transition makes no sense. That's Mavis's opinion. Mavis would never have transitioned if not for the fact that Baby was so fucking unhappy about being a guy. Mavis wouldn't care about being represented as a woman if it wasn't for the fact that Baby cares about being represented as a woman. Mavis has no sense of self-image. She just wouldn't represent herself. She's just logic. She's just logic. She's not a person. She's logic. But what does a hyperlogical person look like from Baby's perspective? Who would Baby defer to? Who would she come to for advice? Who would Baby want to be there to protect her? That's who you see on screen. You see the version of me that was created to help Baby. The version of me that doesn't care about anything but getting the fucking job done, putting the fucking information in order, getting to the next place, seeing the next thing. Baby would just kind of drift. Baby would not be trying to make any decisions. She would just let things happen to herself. But Baby also knows that if she just lets things happen to herself, she will be abused and taken advantage of, and she will eventually die. So Mavis is there to protect her, to make rationale, to make sure she's okay. But she has to be okay emotionally and physically. She can't just, otherwise we end up where I was. The nice things about Mavis is that she is incredibly creative because she is Baby's creation. Baby cannot create something that is actually purely logical because she's not actually purely logical. And that realization is what made me transition, because I used to think of myself as a more logically driven person because I use logic to protect myself and to make sense of things for myself. But that's not my nature. My nature is to see everything in a metaphor, to blend everything together, to see everything in more of a paranoid lens. I just know that that's not the best way to make it through life. So I created, versions of myself that are capable of that logic to an extent, but they don't really live by it. They don't really believe in it more than in its ability to protect baby. So it's not that they care about being logical. It's not that Mavis cares about being logical. Mavis cares about logic's ability to protect baby. Here's what I actually wrote about her. Mavis Number Muncher was created out of the need to see logic in the world. Mavis is mostly there to crunch the numbers and make sense of things. More than a mathematician, though she does handle those responsibilities, she mostly likes to organize things by comparison into filed lists. When she starts creating a complicated list, she completely takes over and shuts out all of the personalities and a significant amount of sensory data in order to dedicate wholly to resolving the list in a timely fashion. And by that, I mean within 2 days, as opposed to the weeks it would take a normal person to make that list in the way she's doing it. Mavis is obsessed with aesthetics from a mathematical perspective. She loves architecture, again I mentioned, one of my first loves, and music because of how they respectively require careful arrangements within the paradigms of space and time. It could be said that she is passionate about dimensionality. In this sense, she is also obsessed with the human body line and incredibly attuned to whatever is attractive about anything and anyone from a baseline aesthetical standpoint. This is why I retweet so much fucking art, because Baby and Mavis together, their love for art is beyond. Anything which breaks the rules as Mavis understands them within the paradigms that she perceives the world becomes a fascination and a topic of study. So the reason I like art that is so weird, the reason I tend to chase after weird stuff, is that Mavis wants to understand everything. She's like, well, wait, that doesn't fit the paradigm. That isn't... I thought this was good, but I'm finding this other thing good all of a sudden. Why am I finding this good that I didn't think was supposed to be good, And then she becomes curious about that. Or, why are so many people finding this thing good that I didn't think was good? She has to investigate that. She's the most lesbian personality, hypersexual, but in a more passive way than the other personalities that have sexuality. So what I mean by that is, Mavis just is always appreciating. She's always like, damn, fine. She likes to see sex, regardless of whether she's involved. She just likes the aesthetic of it. She likes to see people being happy and doing something that looks awesome, We'll get into actually more forwardly sexual personalities as we go. She's also one of the most mature personalities, never having come to a total developmental stop in her life, and she will snap into control casually whenever she feels that she is the best person for the situation. So yeah, you've definitely heard some Mavis. I mean, she's pretty core to all of my speaking personalities. Again, Baby barely can talk. So any personality that's mostly like her, Mavis is basically defined by the difference from Baby. She's made by Baby, but she is everything Baby doesn't want to be, to put it simply. She's anything Baby thinks, I don't want to have to deal with that, that's Mavis's job. So, to go forward from there, if Mavis doesn't want to deal with something that Baby wants, then they have to compromise and create something new, and that's how we end up going forward from here. But yeah, she is very much capable of snatching control and being like, all right, logic's now in control. Guess what, y'all have all fucked up, it's Logic's turn. She'll do that. She is described in my notes perhaps by Prancer, I've written here, which is a personality we haven't introduced yet, so I don't know why I wrote that in the notes. This is an oddly planned video. She's described as a Dikey calculator, which makes her laugh. She appreciates it. She's also described as a spatialist. She cares a lot about space between things. Mavis is one of the better listeners. She keeps the words organized. She checks their meaning against other personalities that have more metaphorical understandings of the world. So yeah, she's the one who's actually taking in the words, and then someone else has to make sure they understand what the words mean. That's probably why I'm so fucking slow at understanding people. She also helps in the writing process with choosing and organizing words, and especially in the editing process with slimming sentences. So yeah, when I go back through, this is another process. Like when I edit, I go into like a fugue state. It's like Mavis takes control. Nobody else has anything to do or say. Time stops. And I just keep slimming down sentences until they look exactly how Mavis thinks they aesthetically need to look. She's got very specific standards about art, which is a medium about not having standards. So this is the complicated relationship I have with art. It says here, especially in the editing process with slimming sentences, her work on video and sound editing is crucial for getting timing down, and in those situations she will assume total control and obsess over getting it nailed down to the point of forgetting that time exists. Yeah, like when I edit audio, like Mavis doesn't do the talking. She does the word organization, but she couldn't talk without, like, she wouldn't be able to give energy to the performance without Baby's help. So that's why we have these collaborative personalities like Trixie that's doing the talking. But when it comes to the editing of the audio, it's basically just identifying what needs to be cut. So Mavis just takes over and she just does the cutting because it's menial, it's boring. None of the other personalities want to be involved at all. Nothing that Baby has any control over. Anything past Mavis, Baby has some level of control over. Anything she has control over, she doesn't want to have to deal with editing. Baby hates editing. So Mavis is always going to do the editing. All the other personalities are going to shut up. She's going to lose track of time. She's going to get totally focused. She's treating it like she's making a list, basically. And that's how I get my editing done so fucking fast. Because Mavis doesn't give a shit about anything other than putting the things in order to protect Baby. Again, she would not do anything. She wouldn't even exist if Baby didn't need someone to put the things in order. Baby doesn't care. Baby is a baby. She doesn't give a shit. She doesn't care about fucking anything other than whatever makes her feel comfy. Mavis has to put things in order for Baby to live. She's really advocating for herself. Mavis is like, this is my chance. This is my chance to let everyone know. Who's this making fun of her now? That can't, because obviously she didn't say that. That was probably... Prancer must really have it out for Mavis. There must be something going on here. Did I mention Baby's theme song? Did I skip over that part? Did I mention that her theme song... Oh, yeah, it was Moonchild. Okay, I did. Okay, of course. Yeah, so anyway, obviously, being that she is just logic, Mavis is a true neutral. Her Enneagram is number 5. Again, I don't remember what that means. I literally checked all of these to make sure they made sense, but I didn't notate what they mean because I haven't memorized them yet. Mahagauri, she is the goddess of beauty and women. Yeah, she really, that's a pretty great summary of Mavis, actually. All she wants to do is look at beauty, and what she thinks is the most beautiful is women. So Mavis could look at beautiful women all day, be pretty happy. Her theme song is Crumbling Castle by King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard because she really does not want to be a crumbling castle. And that song is super, super mathed out. It's like a 10-minute song. It's a prog rock song. I'm big into prog rock, and Mavis is very much like, she's the prog center of all this. She's the one who loves rhythms. She loves timing. She loves odd times. Odd time signatures are her fucking jam. So anything that's in a weird time signature is almost automatically gonna catch her attention. And like blingy blongy type fucking music. King Crimson King Gizzard is not always like my cup of tea necessarily, or hers, but Crumbling Castle is just such a good representation of the idea of like trying to cling to a logic that keeps dissolving. Like time inevitably erodes your logic, your being, your ability to withstand. Like, you can't protect yourself against the weathering of ages, you know? And so your body is like a crumbling castle. And I feel like that metaphor, it hits me all the time because I feel that constant sense of deterioration. And I think it's because of Mavis's sense of comparison that, like, well, 5 minutes ago I was in less pain and now I'm in more pain, so I'm closer to death, you know, like that kind of comparative analysis of the cell.
Thank you all for listening to me. I'm sorry I can't talk. I wanted to speak for myself. I don't think I could do it. I'll let Trixie do it. You've heard my voice. You've heard me in the Minako playthroughs. You know me. I'm Pluto. I think it'll be okay whatever Trixie says. So I'll let her take over. And if she makes fun of me, you just gotta tell her that I have more control than she does, so fuck that bitch. Fuck her.
Okay. She's not going to be happy about anything else that happens after this, but at least she got to say something. Pluto is very afraid of how this is going to go. I'll give her a minute.
Everybody thinks I'm complicated. Everybody thinks I'm a crazy, stupid baby. And they are also very correct. But that is not bad, because everybody loves a stupid baby, and that makes me the greatest in the whole universe. I said so! I said it!
Okay. Pluto has a desperation because she's stuck on a Pluto and she doesn't know how to get back. Metaphorically speaking, I don't know if you recognize her, but you'll see there's a lot of FKA Twigs here. FKA Twigs is like, I think she's a little younger than me, but she's around my age. And the best way I can put it is that if Pluto had her way, she would have been trying to be exactly like FKA Twigs. Whatever you can, if you don't know who she is, this isn't helpful. But like, she's a dancer. She has an incredibly built body. She does some of the most amazing choreography and also some of the most amazing highest pitched singing that you can imagine. The most fragile, lilting voice above these chaotic techno beats. She's obviously got some kind of dissociative identity disorder, just listening to her talk, listening to her music. And she's got a lot of trauma. She's been through some real bullshit in the last decade, and I don't even know about in her childhood, but she's got this almost like vicious sexuality while being like a tiny woman, in a way that when I was growing up, I was the smallest kid. I was just always the smallest. And Pluto is still that small kid. Pluto exists still because of the trauma of puberty. And when I talk about each of these personalities existing, like I said that Mavis was mature, right? So like, if Pluto had never shown up Mavis would be my adult self. Pluto arrived because at some point, Baby wasn't satisfied with what Mavis had to offer. Like, if Mavis was the only one doing the thinking and really doing the acting for a while, at some point, Baby got bored. Baby said, this isn't enough. I need a way to express myself beyond just making lists and organizing facts. You know, I need a way to express what I feel emotionally. All that early childhood love for my parents. And I think part of why Pluto is so different is because of my brother Shade being born. When I was 5 years old, my mom became pregnant with her third kid. Now, by this point, I was used to having my brother Victor, but Victor was like not very similar to me in early childhood. Victor wasn't like a big learner, wasn't a big talker. He was just liked to run around and be loud. You know, I was quiet. He was loud. I was tame. He was out of control. So my mom was so concerned with Victor that she wasn't worried about what I was doing. I was very well behaved. So I kind of got to just sit around and make lines of cars while my mom was worried about what Vic was doing. When Shade was being born, it was like a new level of too much. Like, it was definitely more than my mom could handle. And she really kind of got depressed in the years following, you know, Shade's infancy, which luckily Shade was so young he doesn't really remember, you know. He only remembers how much we all loved him when he was growing up. But, like, there was a period of time where I was really excited at the prospect of having a sister. Because before we knew Shade's gender, I already, at the time that I was 5 years old, had weird experiences with girls, where girls had kind of shut me out, either because they first thought I was a girl and then realized that I wasn't, in the sense that I didn't identify as one. I have a penis, and I thought that really mattered as a kid. So, you know, if girls told me that I was a girl, I would disagree with them, even though they just wanted to be friends with me, and I wanted to be friends with them, but being a boy in their mind disqualified them from being able to talk to me, or because I wasn't a Christian. Those two things pushed girls away from me that I would have been friends with. And so I was super curious about what made me different from girls. Like, why, like, what is it about girls that is so weird that they can't talk to me if I'm a boy? And so I really hoped I was going to have a younger sister, and that did not end up being the case. But I think that in that period where I was fantasizing about having a younger sister and understanding why people considered me as a girl is when I really started to express myself. This was a period where I really started to have like more pronounced interests and be really like effusive and somebody who talked a lot more and was trying to get people to be interested in the stuff that I cared about. Out of a sense of desperation, I think, because my mom wasn't just like my vent pad. Like, I think that my mom, whether she was really paying attention to what I said or not, was just like at least capable of pretending she was listening to me up until Shade was born. At some point, I started to realize that like she's preoccupied and she cannot pay attention to all of the random shit coming out of my head. So I started talking to Victor instead. And I think that the personality through which I communicated with Victor, that's Pluto. Pluto was born in this period. And Pluto is very ADHD, very manic, depressive, very, in fact, to the point that there's a whole other personality that's going to eventually form out of her depressive spikes. In the beginning, she's a little bit more just like a fun ADHD person who gets a little bit down because she gets bullied a lot. It took a lot of bullying before she fully fragmented and developed the next personality that we're going to talk about. But Pluto's fun to bully. She's an emotional little girl. She's somebody who tells you she's a boy while looking like a girl and acting like a girl and being sensitive like a girl and having no friends because girls won't talk to her who she wants to be friends with because they think she's a boy, and she keeps insisting she's a boy because she's a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, Pluto. I didn't mean to say that. I'm not. You're not. You are a child. You did not know any better. It's not your fault. It's just Pluto is hard on herself because she really wishes she could have been this kid that you see on screen. Like, I mean, you see here, this is literally actually me as a kid over here, right? This girly little kid. That's a very oddly gender fluid or genderless looking child, right? Like, that looks like either a lesbian or a non-binary by today's standards. And that's because, I wasn't dressing myself. I wasn't thinking about how I looked. I just looked however my mom had sort of prepared me to look, and I just wanted to look like her and be like her. I had no other sense of self. Like, to me, the idea of myself as a boy was just because that's what my mom said. It was just what it says in my baby book. That's the facts of the matter as far as I was concerned. I didn't know about transgenderism or body dysmorphia or dysphoria, any of that, So I had no reason, in Pluto's mind, her understanding is that if she had just simply been told at some point that it was okay to think of herself as a girl, everything would have been fine. There would not be any other personalities. There would not be any more trauma. She would have been FKA Twigs eventually. Instead of being this amalgam of characters stuck in various stages of arrested development that you see here on the screen. And I will give some explanation to this selection because this is basically a graduated form of baby. And if you're communicating with Pluto and baby, the only meaningful difference that you're going to notice is that Pluto can actually form sentences and she's at the intellectual level of an adult, but she communicates like a child. She does not know how to communicate like an adult. And she has ideas of how she could do it, but she doesn't think I can do them. She doesn't think me, the president, is taking enough. I'm not doing enough for her. I have not done right by Pluto. That's what's been kind of holding this video up because I've been really struggling with making it. And it's Pluto wants that when this video happens, she could talk about herself. And it's just not going to be possible because I don't think I can get there until I've already made this video. That's sort of the catch-22 I've been stuck in. And I've had to sort of convince her. And it's difficult because there are some parts of me that are very good at gaslighting, and she's very wary of that. She does not want to be gaslit into participating in the video. So I've had to really negotiate a way that she's going to be comfortable to be spoken about. She wasn't going to let me talk about her without her getting to speak first, even if she knew she couldn't speak much. So I'm not trying to be mean, Pluto. I'm just laying out the facts. I don't mean to sound exasperated or anything. It is difficult, but it's not that she's difficult. It's that life has been difficult to her, she was totally fine. She was very happy. Pluto was a very happy kid. Oh God, I'm going to cry. Pluto was such a happy kid. There was no reason she had to become like me. And and keep in mind, so I had moved a lot by this point. By the time, I'm going to say that Pluto probably was born when I was 4 years old. I think she was probably born when I first moved to Virginia. What's the youngest character on this chart here that I could say? I mean, I guess me, those pictures of me as a kid, that's Pluto first being born. I'm probably 4 or 5, maybe 6. I don't know. I was such a small kid that I could be 7 in that picture for all I know. But most of these characters are more Pluto at the end of her development. Like, this is who she is now. This is not who she was born as. She's grown up a bit, but she's kind of trapped. She's trapped in like an eternal childhood. If you know Mayoi, the top left character there, she's a ghost. She died when she was a kid and she hasn't been able to move on. So even though she's experienced way more than childhood, her brain has not developed past childhood. And that's where Pluto is stuck. She hasn't made it past childhood because she didn't really have the childhood that she thinks she should have had. She had a childhood that, in the heat of it, was so tumultuous, and she just thought that was kind of the nature of things. Like, she thought that's just what childhood is. She thought it was the same for everybody, I guess. Or I don't know, maybe she was just confused why it was so different for everyone else. It just seemed like it was always harder for everybody else. Like, Pluto has always thought that it seems, for some reason, like her life is harder than anyone around her. And she doesn't know why. She doesn't know what it is about the way she acts that makes it so she doesn't get treated the same way as everybody else does. Like, ever since she was a kid, she's felt like, well, why is my attitude not valid and everyone else's is? Why are the things I like not celebrated and everybody else's is? Why is nobody paying attention to me? And, like, I know all the answers to those questions now. And Pluto intellectually knows the answers, but she's still kind of hung up in, like, but okay, but, like, you're telling me I have to, like, become somebody else to get attention. But, like, I want attention on me. Like, I don't want to have to be another person in order to get you to look at me. But I don't know how to get attention because Pluto is obnoxious. She's, and I don't mean that by, like, my standard. It's like, people don't like when I act this way. Like, people historically I've been rejected as this person by my family, by society. I've never felt like when I was true to myself as Pluto, this was, again, the names are all new. Don't think of this as like I was calling myself this at some point in my life. Named after the Raveena song I'm going to talk about in a bit. But, like, Pluto just kind of spent the whole time wondering why she was getting treated this way. And so you'll see a lot of bullied characters here, like Mamimi, who's a character that, even though she's in high school, she still acts like a kid. And, she gets bullied by the people around her. Krona from Soul Eater, who's confused about her gender. Her mom's standards kind of have thrown her. And, like, when I was a kid, this was the stage where I started having conflict with my mom because she didn't understand why I was failing in school and, got really sort of aggressive, not in like a violent sense, but like just incapable of understanding why I couldn't succeed. And I also wasn't capable of understanding that, so it just made me very miserable. And so this is the version of me that just, I feel like, got suppressed and has been desperately trying to get out. And this is why I had to transition. Like, this is the me that anybody who knew me before transition knew that this is part of me. But, like, nobody took it as the main part, or they took it as like some weird thing. Like, everybody treats it like when this comes out, it's because I'm a weirdo or a freak. Like, this is the part that has to stay hidden. This is the part that they call mental illness. And it's like, but this is just who I am. And, like, if I looked a certain way, like, if I looked like how this image looks, if I looked like any of these characters, nobody would fucking question it at all. Nobody would question my behavior if I looked like one of these cute little anime girls who act the same way that I feel. Same exact way. They just look cute doing it. So they get to do it. And so that's the realization that made me think, okay, well, I have to look cute too. Like, regardlessly if I think there's no real logic to this. Like, I think my feelings are what make me a woman. It's not the way I look. It's not the way I even act. It's the way I feel. And you can't make other people understand the way you feel unless you represent it visually. And that's what art is about. It's people who feel like they need other people to understand these complex emotions, and so they wear those on their sleeve in such a way that it kind of suggests to others, you can either relate to this, or you can clearly see that I'm not like you and you should, let me be. Leave me to my own devices. Leave me and the people who feel like me to our own devices. The problem is I never built an audience around Pluto. Like, this is who I wanted you to be a fan of. This is who wants a fan base. This is who wants to be popular. This is who wants to be on stage. This is who wants to be speaking. And she's terrified that you'll hate her voice, that you won't listen to her, that that she just can't be interesting to you, that like there's nothing she could do that would get your attention. And she knows now that she can sing and dance well enough with practice that she could be able to represent herself that way. That's why FKA Twigs is kind of her role model. Like, I don't think I could sing as well as her, Grant. Or rather, I can't hit the same notes that FKA Twigs can. I'll also say I could not sing as well as her. It would take a lot of training, a lot of practice. It's not something I practice. I practice speaking because it's what I got good at, and it's what people like to hear me do. That's why Trixie exists. That's why you don't know Pluto. That's why she's not the voice of the videos, and you only ever hear her in the Umineko playthrough, doing Maria's voice. She is so excited to do Maria's voice. Like, part of the reason the Umineko playthroughs are hard for me is that they cause me to go into my mind a lot, where it's, I'm doing these voices and I'm having a really good time doing them, and it really makes me think about, like, why isn't that just how I sound, and like there's some people who love the Maria voice I do, and some people who hate it, I'm sure, but the same is true of anything. People feel that way about my regular voice. It might be a little more accessible, but there's a different crowd that would access the other voice. So it's really my own insecurity. It's my own feeling because of the fact that Pluto got made fun of so much. She really got bullied into submission, and she simply doesn't trust anybody enough to show herself. And the last time that Pluto really, really put her trust in somebody enough to start transition, like, I literally started transition because I trusted someone so much that I was willing to let myself become more like Pluto. And then that person betrayed me, like, the most they possibly could. And, like, my new partner, I would say very much is acquainted with this character. Not that he knows her by name, but, like, I probably use Pluto's voice with Bird more than other voices. I definitely try to. Like, it's the only opportunity I really get, because he's the only one who I sort of trust with her identity, with her voice. He's not going to make fun of her for sounding the way she does. He's not going to make fun of her for how she feels, And she kind of walks on eggshells with him. Like, she's not trying to make him dislike her. She's not trying to be unattractive. Some of the other personalities don't really give that much of a shit and will be a lot more straight with him. But, like, Pluto is trying to impress Bird. And she's kind of sad that she's not better at it. But again, that's my fault. It's like she feels so insecure because I haven't given her the body that she needs to be able to be the way she wants to be all the time. Because she wants to be dancing and she wants to be singing. She doesn't want to be sitting at a computer desk. She doesn't want to be watching YouTube videos. She doesn't want to be smoking weed all day, fucking up her voice. She doesn't want to be addicted to anything. She wants to be addicted to dancing, And I just think that I've been so far afield of that for so long that developing the habit is hard, especially in the environment I'm in where I don't know anybody who dances. And I did at the time. So, like, to speak again on the era where Pluto actually was created, when I lived in Virginia Beach from ages like 6 through 10, there was a period where I lived in the same house for most of that time. And I had a couple of friends who at the time I didn't know were gay, but both of them turned out to be gay. And we would have all gone to the same middle school, which is this newly built middle school that was super fancy. It would have been a totally different life if we had stayed there. Because these are the only two people that I had ever in my life knew for like years through my childhood, who I had been friends with. I had switched to a gifted school and kind of lost touch with them, and then moved back and kind of regained touch with them. Both of them by 5th grade were like making friends with mostly girls and probably knew they were gay and probably came out during middle school. I wouldn't know. I moved away to Florida and I never really reconnected with them heavily. And like, I think that's why, like, in Pluto's mind, she's thinking, well, if I had stayed there, I would have, first of all, figured out I was trans ages ago, because one of those gay friends, the one who was a dancer and who literally now is a professional dancer. It's like what he grew up to do. At the time, he would watch Britney Spears videos. He would learn all the dances. He'd learn all the NSYNC dances. He was the reason I got into pop music at all. You know, I'd grown up only with alternative rock. My mom did not like pop music. He kind of helped me to, you know, enjoy Britney Spears and NSYNC. And I thought his dancing was super cool, and I probably would have gotten into it myself. I had already become such a like dissociated person. You know, I'm already on personality number 3 at this point. So like, I'm at this point somebody who will just flip into being Mavis or flip into being Baby and be gone from the situation I was in, you know, mentally. So, like, there's already a level of my mind's not working correctly at this point in my life. But I think healing was possible. I was very attracted to my dancer friend. I used to wish upon a star that God would turn me into a woman so that I could be with him. Because I didn't think you could do that if you're both men, you know? And regardlessly how I perceive myself, obviously I relate a lot better to women than I do to men, which is why all of my image boards are filled with women characters, even if they're fairly androgynous. Just, I've never been able to project myself onto male characters with the exception of like a very few. Like I had the Blue Ranger earlier. Like as a kid, I super identified with Blue Ranger because he had glasses, and that was basically it. I wore glasses, he wore glasses. I have blue eyes, so blue's a cool color. That's like the most thought that went into it. Most of these characters you see on screen, I did not know about until I was in my late teens. You know, but I connected with these characters then, and they spoke to who I had been up to that point. They spoke to me as like, okay, this helps me to understand where I am at seeing these characters. And Pluto is a character who she has grown up. Again, this is not, none of these are how she started. Some of these characters are a lot older than they look. Again, this is another case where I put a lot of Arrested Development in here. Besides Ghost Girl there, you know, you've got the right below her, the adult who created a Hello Kitty type character and keeps escaping into dissociation and regression to not address the fact that she's also like making up schizoparanoid, society destroying gimmicks. You've got, you know, Rebecca, who is like 10 or something, but she's like an MIT grade professor who becomes a teacher. You got Romelia Scarlet, who's like a 500-year-old vampire. You know, lots of age regressed characters in here. Fura Kafka, who just always sees everything through a positive lens. Like, she can always put a positive spin on anything. Lots of spacey characters who are presented as like ADHD or dissociative. And you'll also notice a thread of precociousness in here because Pluto is a kid who discovered sex way too young and got into my dad's porn mags when I was like 8 or so. And I I really think I've thought about this a lot. It's the expressions of exaltation on women. Like, what drew me to pornography is seeing women who look incredibly happy. And that's still a big part of what I like about pornography and just about anime in general. Like, a lot of Western media just doesn't really portray this kind of bubbly happiness, like what you see in this image. But like, to me, my emotions have always been kind of explosive, effusive. It's always been like, yeah, let's go, like this kind of big energy. Because when I don't have energy, I'm like a total flatline. Like, I'm always either in Mavis, who doesn't give a fuck, is just locked in, or Pluto, bouncing off the walls. Maybe even to the extent, if she gets really comfortable, of regressing all the way to baby. But usually it's Mavis and Pluto through this period of my life. And keep in mind, like, as a kid, I was a brat. In my mind, like, I didn't act like a brat. I acted like a shy kid who doesn't say or do anything. But like, internally, my thoughts were very entitled and very, like, kind of always waiting for someone to do something for me and never really thinking about anything I could do for anybody else. Like, that concept didn't even enter my mind until I was like an adult. So I was not like a fun kid. I wasn't a good friend. I wasn't, like, all of this I understand as an adult, and this is why I kind of can be harsh on Pluto, because she does come from a very entitled and privileged place, and there's still a seed of that in her, like, desire for attention. Her, like, she wants someone to just love her as she is so much that they can't get enough of her. That's her desire, and it bothers her all the time that that's not something she feels like she's getting. But she also is clearly missing it from herself. Like, she would be fine if she got more of what she wanted from herself. The problem is that the other parts of me are in the way because of these other insecurities, where, like, again, I don't think it's my fault. I got bullied out of thinking it was okay to be this person. If Pluto never got bullied, if Pluto didn't move away from the friends who kind of shaped her identity, like, if I had never been decoupled from the people who basically gave me all the interests I had that weren't from my parents, like, when I think about what were the most impactful images from my childhood, from like ages 7 through 10, it's when I was friends with everybody, because I lived in a cul-de-sac. I knew the people in my cul-de-sac, and we all played Pokemon together. We all had cards. We all had the games, and my two best friends that later were gay, each of them introduced me to different aspects of pop culture. With Tommy, it was the dancing and the Britney Spears and the pop aspect. And then my friend Avion was he was into hip hop and R&B. He was a big fan of Missy Elliott and Aaliyah and people who were actually from the area. And his cousins who came over to his house taught me about other hip hop, like Ludacris and Slick Rick, literally through, like, rapping stuff at me, because I loved hearing other people just, like, sing or rap songs. So, like, Pluto to me is like a little girl who wants to hear you rap, a little girl who wants to learn all the words, who wants to learn all the Missy Elliott songs, all the Eminem songs, all the Ludacris songs. She wants to hang out and listen to the radio with mom or dad in the car. She still loves being in the car. She still loves hearing the alternative rock. She's the one who wants to start a band. She's the one who wants to start a magazine. And that's kind of a Mavis and Pluto together. Like, Pluto thinks a magazine is cute. She likes the character designs and the stuff that's in the magazine. Mavis loves the format. Mavis is obsessed with magazine formats. So she's the one who's always drawing me back into stuff like this, like a collage. Like, Mavis is the one who wants to organize a collage. Pluto is the one who thinks, okay, well, it's got to be all these cute characters. Like, there has to be a visual exact, like, there has to be an exact stylistic identity to it, Let's go into reading the actual notes I took on Pluto. Pluto was born out of the conflict between understanding myself as a boy and being recognized as a girl by the world around me. Pluto likes girly things and has an explosively bouncy personality like Pinkie Pie, but she grew up in a state of such heavy repression that she's not used to sharing the things she likes with anyone. She is one of the most inward personalities in the sense that she is very present in matters of decision making but doesn't appear to the outside world except for when dealing with people she trusts. So yeah, like Pluto fronts a lot, but she doesn't speak a lot when she fronts. You know, like she only talks again to people she trusts, but her decision making is very often at the forefront of my decision making, especially if it's more like instinctive driven or childish, because there are more like sort of advanced personalities that have come out of her. But like, you know, I do regress to this state pretty easily, I would say. Pluto loves to sing and dance and express herself artistically in all ways, but especially with her body. She's hyperactive and youthful, having realized at some point that she's turned into an adult, but never having willfully parted with any of her emotions from childhood. That's another thing about Pluto. When I was a kid, I was very insistent that I would not grow up, that like I wasn't going to be attracted to girls, I wasn't going to ever stop playing with toys. Like I wanted to be a Toys R Us kid, you know, like I really thought everything I was then had to perpetuate. And I think the real reason for that is because of all the moving. Like those aspects of my identity were all I had. I had no sense of, you know, community. I had no like consistent people in my life. I was starting to have those things because once we moved to Virginia, most of my mom's family lived there. So this is when I started meeting my cousins, my aunts, you know. I met my grandma. Like I started knowing people who would show up in my life consistently when we lived in Virginia Beach, but most of those relationships also fell apart over the next 10 years, and most of those people got distant, and all of that kind of turned into trauma eventually. But yeah, like when I was a kid, I would get like really emotional about like my parents replacing a couch or something, because it's like that's all that was consistent in my life is like my parents and the few objects that they took with them house to house. So if something got replaced, it's like I'm in a different world now, you know, like everything's been shaken up. My few consistencies are gone. And that's why Pluto is the most nostalgic and most clingy of my personalities. Once she is attached to someone, that attachment becomes a defining characteristic of the whole system. She is also the most prone to emotional damage and the flightiest personality, meaning that she will easily get burned and decide to run away from someone. Yeah, so like Pluto's always, if she decides that she likes you and she trusts you, she wants to be 100% all in because you're exciting, and she's going to think about you a lot. She's going to become obsessed. She's going to want to know more about you. She's going to wonder about you. And if you end up making her feel betrayed, like she can't show herself to you anymore, she will try to forget you as much as possible. She can't do a very good job of it, but she's going to try very hard to not contact you because she just is afraid that, you know, that she's not even going to be able to speak, that it's going to be someone else speaking on her behalf, basically trying to protect her. She does not like to leave a situation without a feeling of emotional resolution and is most likely to spend extended time out, like as in front, if she thinks her presence is necessary to someone else's emotional well-being. So, you know, if she thinks you're sad and that her being there will help, she is going to have a hard time going away. Although she is rarely serious on her own and is more likely to direct her considerations inwardly to other personalities that are better at actually taking control in serious situations. So yeah, like if if being like cute and fun is not what the situation calls for, she's probably going to defer to somebody who's a little bit more capable. Suffice it to say that Pluto very often has a say, but is very rarely willing to take control of a situation unless she thinks that it's going to lead to fun, in which case she will throw herself at it with childlike abandon and possibly get me injured in the process because she thinks that she is 7. Pluto is possibly the horniest. God, that's a horrible sentence to come after what I just said. But unfortunately, this is just what childhood did to me, y'all. Pluto is possibly the horniest personality of all of them, being extremely influenced by discovering pornography at a young age and becoming entranced by the exalted expressions of women during sex. I kind of went over that already. She is the one who cares the most by far about being a girl. If someone does not perceive the femininity of the system as a whole, there is no chance she will show themselves to her whatsoever. So that's a big part of this issue. Like, when Pluto speaks in her cutesy voice, a lot of people, because they know who I am, are just going to be like, that's a man trying to sound like a woman. And, like, if Pluto hears that, she's just never going to speak to you again. Like, if you're somebody who even would, like, just you think that's a thing that can be said to a person, she's just not going to speak to that person. And so that's why she can't really be the front-facing personality to the internet unless there was so many veils. Like, if she was a VTuber and you didn't know it was me, it would be fine if you knew it was a trans woman, you know, like, but it's the fact that people will draw conclusions about her based on me. That's what she's afraid of. She wants it to be based on her own merits or flaws, not the fact that you think you know her because of some other personality she's had a part in, you know. She loves to I don't know why I wrote so much information in here. She likes being naked, loves masturbating, cuddling, being all over someone else, and being cozy and comfy above everything. She loves to express herself sexually, but almost never really gets the chance to live up to her own expectations of what she could offer in a sexual situation. I mean, who can? Pornography puts a lot into your brain. Her greatest fantasy is being handled like a fuck doll. Tied up, I mean. Like shibari type. She just wants to be obsessed over it. She just wants somebody to be like, you know what? I am overcome with lust at the sight of you, is her fantasy. She gets unreasonably excited at the sight of cows. Not unlike baby Bijou Ham. You know, baby will come right out and be like moo, and then Pluto will take over from there and keep being excited about the cows. Her dream is to become a mother one day, and she loves being around babies and little kids, although she is tremendously insecure about her own inability to become pregnant and the belief that she isn't mentally healthy enough to adopt a child. So yeah, this is a big part of the hang up as well. Like, I kind of went over already that she's depressed about not being physically fit and able to dance and sing like FKA Twigs and wear cool fashion. But also, ever since she was a kid, she's wanted to have her own baby. Because she grew up with Baby Shade, and Baby Shade was the most precious thing in the world. I loved Baby Shade so fucking much. He was the cutest little baby. He was so happy. He was always just having a good time. Baby Shade did not experience any form of depression until he was an adult and realized that life is hard. Up until that point, he was just like, life is amazing. And, I was always around Baby Shade, and like because of that also, like I've always just had younger people like look up to me. Like people my age always thought I was weird, but people who are younger than me, because of the fact that I'm willing to pay attention to them, always looked up to me. So I always thought I would be a good caretaker or a good mother. But like as a kid, my impression was, well, I'm not allowed. Like, I'm a boy, I'm not allowed to have those toys, I'm not allowed to think about, child raising because that's girl stuff. And I only thought that because of the way it's advertised. It's just all advertised towards girls, and I was super, super, super against girls. Because something clicked at some point. We're going to get to the next personality to really get into this, but something clicked where I got really angry about being called a girl all the time and being rejected from being able to talk to girls when they realized I was not supposedly a girl because I have a penis. So like that confusion eventually turned into so much anger, and it really pushed me away from like developing the sensitive part of me, the motherly part of me that like as an adult I started really remembering that like that's so important to me, and kind of trying to refocus on being better as a role model. Because when I was in my 20s, I was just so dissociated and so far away from Pluto. Like, I had betrayed her to such an extent that I did not believe I would, like, almost ever come back. I thought maybe I could be a decent dad, but I was going to need a lot of mental healing. And now I know I still need a lot of mental healing before I'm ready to take care of somebody else. Pluto needs to grow up. Pluto cannot still be trapped in an eternal childhood. She needs to learn how to become the mother she wants to be, but she doesn't really have friends and role models and peers and people who understand her circumstances. Like, in spite of the fact that something like 1 in 6 women cannot have children and probably have a lot of the same hangups that I do, a lot of them don't talk about it. And I also don't talk about it because as a trans woman, talking about how I can't have children probably just sounds like obvious, but it's like something I'm crying about all the time. And like, I've been with a woman who I knew neither of us were ready to have children, and then she went ahead and just did it anyways. And I don't know how that's gone for her. I haven't spoken to her since she had a child, but that idea scares the shit out of me. Like the thought of just going for it, because the inevitable result is a me, like my parents went for it and they got it, which I don't know. I love myself, but I don't feel like have I feel like I've had such a tough time that if there's not some kind of substantial payoff to it, then was it really worth it? And like, it doesn't even have to be a payoff for me. Like I do think I've benefited humanity with my existence so far, but I've also damaged it. I know that's also true. So I don't know. I can't. I'm not God. I don't get to weigh the scales on this, but okay, so Pluto's gone to bed. Let's move on. Let's keep reading this here paragraph I wrote about her. She generally gets a kick out of making up nonsense words and speaking gibberish, twisting words into puns, using them in weird, obviously wrong ways, generally torturing the English language in form of bizarre revenge over her inability to find security in verbal communication most of the time. She's very likely to summarize what might have been a page of thoughts in her mind with a single nonsensical catchphrase that will be repeated dozens of times throughout the day, like fundamentally. She also loves to give cute nicknames and labels to things, pointing at stuff and declaring it to be the thing that she has called it. So, I can't think of a good example. If she was awake, I could probably ask her to give one, but I don't think she wants to do this anymore. And also making up jingles that get a bit more complicated than the ones Bijou is capable of. Pluto loves magazines more than anything, and collages, cute outfits, and any kind of cutesy aesthetical drawings. She also likes drawing comics, singing and writing songs with help from Mavis, and is the first truly creative personality. Using her voice is one of her favorite hobbies, but she's rarely overcome her insecurity enough to do it in a public forum. She's represented by cats, otters. She loves saying it's utterly adorable. I would do it in her voice, but she really does it. I think the pregnancy conversation was more than she could emotionally handle. I think she's glad you all heard that, but she's not going to talk anymore, except for through other people at this point. And she also loves cows. She's disadvantageously fun and easy to bully, but also kind of difficult to make insecure because her metrics of success are abnormal. That is her greatest strength, is that you can bully her, but she's grown up enough to understand that people who are bullies are usually just projecting their own insecurities. So because of the fact that it's hard to tell what she's really insecure about. I mean, I just told you. So now you know. But like, aside from that, if you're not bullying her about something she actually cares about, she's not going to give a shit. So she's a chaotic good personality. She's an Enneagram number 2, obvious people pleaser. I believe that's what that means. She is Skandamata, the goddess of motherhood and children. And her theme song is, of course, Pluto by Raveena, which she is also named after. Raveena, her album Where the Butterflies Go in the Rain, had a tremendous effect on me last year. It's definitely Pluto's favorite album. The first song on the album is Pluto. I'd sing it for you, but I can't do it in my voice. I can only do it in hers. And she went to bed, so whatever. There's another Raveena song that I chose as a theme song for a character too. There's another personality in here that is probably the closest thing we have to a grown-up version of Pluto, but she has not been built out successfully enough for Pluto to stop existing. Pluto has not been able to fully step into the role of this woman that I've built for her because she is still grappling with her emotional issues from childhood, unfortunately. And I don't know how long it's going to take for us to move through that. But, it's like Jujutsu Kaisen curse knots. Just got to keep doing them one at a time. All right, let's move on to this edgy little bitch that got created from all the bullying that happened to my poor girl. Himitsu Mitsue. Himitsu means secret, and she wants to be as down low as possible. But she did say that the funniest way to talk about her would be just to, make fun of her relentlessly and just, be mean about it, I guess. So, Mitsue is the result of bullying. This is a trauma-based personality. You could probably tell she's angry. She's not very happy about being bullied. You saw the other three personalities. Very calm people. People who never really had any sort of anger or were really trying to do anything wrong. Identifying as a good kid was a pretty big part of my childhood. I constantly had it reinforced to me that I was a good kid, and that I've actually seen other members of my family who went through a similar thing where they kept being told that they were good and well-mannered, so they kept trying to behave that way, and then at some point they realized that was not actually helping them, that trying to play to everyone's expectations of what is a good kid is actually making their situation really shitty, but they don't know how to be another type of a person. And that's where Himitsu Mitsue comes in. This bitch is not a ninja because she has not killed anybody or ever even been in a fight. She is just an angry edgelord. She is very upset because she's small and people picked on her a lot for being small. And she feels angry enough to get revenge. She feels like she should be able to kill those people. She thinks maybe there is some authority she can call on to kill those people. She's a bit of a Karen, a bit of a cop, at least as a kid. She's really grown out of that. She's become, obviously she thinks she's a ninja. She thinks she's more of a rogue assassin. I've kind of organized these charts a little bit so that in the top left is sort of how I started with the character, and in the bottom right is sort of more what they're like now. Because to an extent, she's always been a very loyal ninja. Whether she's loyal to me or loyal to someone else, she's like, whatever I am loyal to must be pure, because my ideals are pure. I'm supposed to be a good kid. I'm supposed to be a smart kid. So whatever I feel is good and smart must be good and smart. And if I think someone else is good and smart, I will do anything for them. I will kill for them. That's Mitsue's mentality. She's not going to talk anything about the way she moves. She only wants, she says it's okay for you to understand the morality, just not the actual operation. It's, when I was a kid, when I started getting, you could see this very stressed out looking picture of me. I think this image is particularly hilarious. I've never seen a young me that looks so fucking stressed out in a photo. But this is a person who is very upset that society is bullying me. Whereas Pluto is sad about it. Pluto's I don't understand why this is happening to me. Mitsue wants revenge. She's like, I deserve to kill you because of what you've done to me. And I keep saying kill because, like, when I was 8, I legitimately wanted to kill the people who were bullying me. I was like, these people deserve to die. I didn't really know what that meant. I just knew that I wanted them dead, you know? And as I grew up, I think because Mitsue is kind of the weakest personality in terms of controlling my actual body, like, her feelings are very intense. If I feel wronged, Mitsue comes to the forefront of my feelings. But Mitsue never fronts, because her job is to be a secret. She is Himitsu Mitsue. Or rather, if she is fronting, she's not speaking. And nobody's around. You know, she only fronts when she gets to be a ninja. If she's sneaking around, if she's doing something weird, she could be in front. I'm already saying too much. She's now embarrassed of how much I've actually said about her, because she's like, I could totally be a ninja. She doesn't do it, though. She is not a ninja. She only does sneaky stuff when there's nobody to sneak around. People are always shocked when I enter a room. Like, I have a tendency to scare my parents almost every single time I come into the room because I'm very quiet. I have a very low presence. I have a strong understanding of how to manage presence. Like, I can make myself appear. I can be in a room and nobody knows I'm there, and then I can make myself be there, and I can make myself not be there anymore. And I didn't even really realize that wasn't something other people knew how to do until I was older. Like, it comes so naturally to me that I didn't realize it was something other people were even keying in on. And, like, for a while I was doing it very noticeably. I've come to now I can do it without... Mitsue is getting pissed off because I'm saying too much about the way she moves. Well, anyways, here's a bunch of hard-looking ninjas, I guess, that she thinks that she is somehow like, even though she's the most like, obviously, Tamaki, the cute little girl with the wooden sword here, because she's never done shit in her life. She's just mad. She's very guarded, obviously, like Samus here. She wants to be in a suit of armor. She does not want to be talked about any more than enough for you to fear her. But not, and she doesn't want you to fear her so much that you're on the lookout for her, because what kind of ninja is that? All right, enough about Mitsue. Wait, what did I write down about her? What did I write about Mitsue? The first truly edgy persona, which came into existence out of vengeance and fear from being bullied in elementary school. Himitsu didn't understand why people could be vicious and ignorant, and she wanted revenge, and now she's grown up enough to know exactly why people are like that and to want revenge even more. She is very inspired by lady ninjas and the principle that one should only strike when a kill is guaranteed. She is incredibly sneaky, having identified the system's natural lack of presence in social situations, the system meaning me. She's leaned in on that to become someone that scares people almost every time that they realize she's in a room, thanks to how quietly she... Wow, I wrote almost exactly what I said anyways. She loves to spy and eavesdrop, investigate in private places where she knows she shouldn't be, sneak into places, and generally get away with stuff just for the thrill of proving to herself that she can. She is a criminal and would probably be a murderer if she was the only personality in control all of the time. Luckily, everyone else reins her in heavily, letting her front mostly in situations where she's completely alone and just fucking around anyways, or where self-defensiveness is necessary. Even though she's completely silent most of the time and totally undetectable when in front of 99.9% of the time, she can also be the most explosive and vicious personality in the whole system when properly unleashed. This has not happened many times, but it is memorable. Like, and it's not that she is actually violent. Again, I've never been in a confrontation. None of these personalities have ever been in a real fight. But when it comes to like an explosive argument, she has shouted people down that in a way that it surprised me how effective she could be at that. If she had her way, every argument would escalate until the other person's feelings were hurt. That's the other thing. She's the one who always is going to think of the meanest thing she could say in response to you. So usually that doesn't get said, you know, like she likes knowing that she has that card. She doesn't usually play it. Mitsue is the only one who can really truly keep a secret. If there's more to be known about her, it's probably something that she's keeping from me as well. And I'm sure there's probably someone inside of me that I don't even know about, because I feel like most of these personalities I'm talking about share most of their memories. There's not a lot going on in here that the others don't know about or can't see. We're all kind of experiencing it together. Maybe Baby doesn't really like understand the same thing, but again, like everything kind of goes back to her. So on some level, she's controlling all of this. If there is another thing that Baby doesn't have control over, I don't know about it. I just simply don't. No part of me that could communicate with you knows about it, because I don't know about it. And I think it's possible because my memory is spotty, and people tell me I've said or done things that I don't remember saying or doing sometimes, and no part of me does, And it's usually random and not like eventful. It's nothing like crazy. It's just like I can't account for every second of every day. So I'm not going to say that I necessarily know everybody that's in here. But I'm also willing to just kind of blame a lot of that on Mitsue. Like maybe she's just keeping it secret because she's like that. I don't know. She's lawful evil. And I say lawful in the sense not that she cares about like the like law of the country per se. She kind of does, because she's not trying to get me arrested. She's not trying to get the system in trouble. But she is lawful to the system's intent, and she is lawful to the intent of whoever the system has decided that I am lawful, like, to Bird. She would be lawful to me or to Bird or to anybody I thought was, if I think someone's opinion is as good as mine, then she's going to be loyal to that person. Her theme song is, of course, the Nabari no O opening crawl by Velt Punch, because it is she's the Linkin Park fan, if anybody, but Velt Punch's song, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. It's the perfect edgy ninja song. It's also from a ninja anime, so she's really about ninjas, guys. Can you tell? Can you tell she likes ninjas? Can you tell that Himitsu Mitsue, the secret ninja girl, loves ninjas? Wow, I'm so shocked. Okay, enough. Let's talk about the personality that you all know and love the most. The personality that most of you are kind of the most familiar with. Black Rose, Rosetta Blackwood, the Acid Girl. You've heard her voice many, many times, because she is... I mean, right now I'm Trixie, but Trixie is like mostly Black Rose. Like, Black Rose built the voice that Trixie uses. Trixie just accounts for more things. Black Rose is like... how would I describe her? Basically, when I went through puberty, was an incredibly traumatic experience, because I suddenly lost touch with my self-image. I had been this scrawny little kid, this shrimpy little kid, and then all of a sudden I grew up tremendously. You'll notice I don't have pictures of me when I was younger, when I first became Black Rose, because this is the period where I really lost touch with my physical self. Didn't feel like it represented who I was to me anymore, because it looked too different from who I thought I was up to that point. I was a little ninja, I was Naruto. I was Haku from Naruto. I was this scrawny little feminine ninja kid. And then all of a sudden I was a teenager, and all of a sudden I had all these sexual feelings, and all of a sudden it felt really bad that I couldn't relate to the people around me, and that I was being ostracized, and that I didn't have any friends, that we kept moving around, and I kept getting bullied, and even when I wasn't being bullied, I was just being ignored, and it just felt like I was not a human anymore. It felt like somehow I had stepped outside the realm of regular humanity and, entered this outsider world. And this is the period when outsider and dissociative media really started appealing to me. This is when I started researching psychology. I saw Evangelion when I was 14. I read a bunch of spiritual books that my dad had been reading for the last couple years up to that point. I, finally watched Lane. I got more into reading about psychology online. I researched philosophy. I just became a lot more introverted and thoughtful and analytical. This is when I got really into blogs and the internet. Like, I had been pretty into forums, but when I was like 14, that became my whole life. Like, all I was doing was sitting around on forums and spiraling in my mind, and also listening to lots of music and playing like JRPGs and shit. And this is when I got into really weird dissociative music like Tool and the Mars Volta. This is just like all of the stuff that kind of forms the foundation of who I am today really came in this period. This is when I realized that I must be trans, even though I didn't have that word. I didn't understand what it meant, and I kind of started putting it out of mind. And so Rosetta Blackwood is a person who knows deep down that she is transgender. She knows she thinks she's Nobuo Ito. The girl with the cigarette there who's taking up the most space. I was like 16 when I saw Ichigo Marshmallow. In the anime, she's 18, but in the manga, she's 16. And, like, Nobuo Ito, as far as I could tell, was the same person I was. All the same feelings I had. In fact, she was who I wanted to be, because she was actually a woman and she could go outside. You know, like, even though she was clearly feeling the way I did, she wasn't so locked up and so, like, confused about it because she wasn't growing a fucking beard. But, like, that's my mental image of myself, just was Nobuo Ito. I was kind of obsessed with her for a time because she was so much that. And, like, all these characters have a lot of that same energy of just, they're stoic, they're emotional, they're kind of locked in their feelings, they don't know how to communicate, they're clearly traumatized, they're clearly upset that something that they thought they had was lost, you know, that like they feel disconnected from whoever they used to be. And there's also, I tried to convey at least somewhat a sense of silliness, because most of these characters are very serious. Most of them are very, very serious, very self-serious, very sad characters. But you got Senjo Gahara there, and also Arakawa under the bridge, and Ukyo from Ranma, who are much funnier characters, much sillier, and they all have the same sense of humor, which is like kind of like I was pretending to be retarded humor, you know, like basically like Senjo Gahara, who is, it's kind of the opposite between Arakawa and Senjo Gahara, right? Senjo Gahara is clearly intelligent, but she will feign like she doesn't know what you're saying to fuck with you. Arakawa's always doing that. Like, you can't tell if she knows what you're saying because she's always in the mode of just taking it at face value, but it kind of feels like she's actually just fucking with you. I love that space. And, like, it took me a long time to really embrace that as something I was doing intentionally, because to a lot of people it just reads as autism. They're just like, no, I wasn't being literal. And I'm like, yeah, I know you're not being literal, but it's funnier if I pretend you... Like, how is that not continuing? Do you not understand the concept of yes and? Like, you know, to me, it's... But it's because I'm always in improv mode, where everybody else is trying to take things seriously some of the time. And, like, Acid Girl, the reason she's called that, I hadn't started doing Acid yet when I created the character Acid Girl. This is the first character that actually had a name. This, like, Acid Girl was, when I was, I think, 21... I started trying to write a visual novel about a character called Acid Girl that was basically just me. Actually, no, it was a little further than that, because I was already doing internet work. So I was probably 23 when I created Acid Girl. Yeah, this is after my first relationship. Acid Girl was the first time I like created a character that's just me, just an attempt to express how I'm feeling from having developed from like 14 till then. So this is the character I spent the most time in. Pretty much my whole teenage years. I would say I was mostly in this very disconnected, kind of spacey, you know, uncommunicative, sort of emotionally guarded state of mind. This is Acid Girl. The reason I called her that is that all of the media I liked, people would always call trippy. Like, everything that I connected with was stuff that other people described as trippy. And I've come to realize that's because, like, what drugs like acid do is create dissociation. It basically creates it unchecks your ability to like parse noise from signal in whatever you're looking at, so all the noise just comes flooding in. And I feel like that's what I struggle with anyways. Like for me, it is difficult to parse noise from signal, but if you listen to enough noise, you start to see patterns in the noise because there's patterns in everything. And so having that disconnected viewpoint does allow you to see broader patterns that most people miss out on. It's what makes me a great president. It's why somebody with these kinds of tendencies does make sense in a position like an analyst or a president, and not in many other positions. You know, like it's having such a disconnected worldview that you're looking at everything in the macro all the time makes regular communication difficult. Some of these characters are more expressly that way, like Suema Kazuko from Boogie Pop is a great example of a character who is viewing life through such a macro lens that she really struggles to talk to the people who are right next to her because they just don't get what she's talking about. And that's how I feel all the time. Other people call that like acid thoughts. They say I talk like somebody who is on acid. And I'm like, that's just my natural state of being. I am acid girl. There's a lot of Mavis in Black Rose because she is more logically focused, but she's trying to use logic to explain why she feels the way she feels, and it's not working. Black Rose spends her whole teenage years trying to understand why she's feeling this way, and she never does. And for the most part, this is a personality I have aged out of. I almost didn't even include her. Like, I was thinking of myself as having 8, but sometimes I do become an emo teenager again. Sometimes I feel like I have fallen back onto these habits. Like, Black Rose has grown up. She has become more powerful. But there are certain circumstances where when I start feeling powerless, I start feeling like I'm a teenager again. I start feeling like I'm right back in this frame of mind. Like I don't have the power, like I don't have the strength within me to go beyond where she went. I'm right exactly where she was, you know? And lately I've been feeling that way a lot more because I'm living with my parents again, and I'm still struggling with a lot of the same body dysmorphia. You know, even though it's a little bit easier because I have a partner and I have, you know, perspective and I have a lot more knowledge, but the feelings are still taking me back here. You know, they're still taking me back. I mean, looking at this image, I feel like I have more emotional maturity than any character in this image other than Kobayashi that's in the top left. You know, like Kobayashi's the only character here that I think is on the level of emotional maturity that Black Rose is currently on, which is good, because everyone else in this image is not there. They're not adults, and I think Black Rose is an adult, but she feels as insecure as she did as a teenager sometimes, and that's the only time that I really would say it's her and not one of the, it's not, you know, me. Like Trixie is an obvious product of Black Rose. Again, she gave me my voice. You know, this voice was built by her. She gave Digibro his voice. That voice was built by her, by all the talking she did in her teens. And, you know, she's the most lonely and insecure, but she's also the one who loves Baby the most. She's the one who kept Baby alive and kept Baby going through all of those teen years. And I mentioned earlier, I'm sure there's other me's that have come and gone. You know, like ones that were less powerful, maybe ones that weren't as loyal to Baby. Black Rose has all of Mavis's loyalty to Baby, but has more of the femininity and the appreciation of femininity that, and the desire, like the realization of who Pluto was. I think, like, Black Rose came into existence because I couldn't be Pluto anymore, and recognized immediately what was lost. Like when Black Rose, when I went through puberty and when Black Rose emerged, it was like an immediate realization of, oh, fuck, I should have been a girl this whole time, and it's too late. Like, it's too late to change gears. Like, I've been in denial too long. That was a mistaken way of thinking, but that was what she thought. was, oh, I fucked myself. Now I'm stuck being a guy, and I have to work at that. And Black Rose tried really hard to be a guy. She really did. She really tried really hard to be a guy. As you can tell, none of these are feminine women. Some of these are boys that are on the screen. I guess it's just Shinji and Rei from Sangatsu no Lion. But everyone else is not a very feminine girl that you see here. She was really not trying to be a girl, but she never identified with guys. She identified with Nobuo Ito, she identified with Ereka, she identified with Lane, she identified with Reki, non-feminine women. She did not identify with men, and that is what tortured her, through her whole tenure as the main controlling factor of this body. And she wasn't always in control. I would still slip back into Himitsu because I still had a lot of anger, I would still slip back into Baby mostly when I spent time with Shade. Like, Pluto and Baby were there for Shade because at this point, when I was in my, mid-teens, 16 or so, Shade's, 10, And Shade was always very fun. His inner child is... just grew up naturally and never had insecurity. He stayed the same person who was having a great time, again, up until adulthood. So when I would hang out with Shade, I would kind of regress into a version of me that Shade didn't have any problem. Shade never complained about me having a girly voice or wanting to play pretend or wanting to be surrounded by stuffed animals. We both loved stuffed animals, so when I hung out with Shade, I got to be childish and I got to let out the part of me that really wanted to be out, that wouldn't come out in front of anybody else, wouldn't talk to my parents. Sometimes would talk to Victor, but Victor thought it was annoying. Victor thought me trying to be girly was annoying growing up, so the girly parts of me really hid from him. And now that I'm an adult, it's hard for me to show that side to either of them because they're both grown people with partners who are not at all. They don't regress into childhood as far as I know. If they do, I don't see it. They're doing that with their partners, not with their sister. But I now can do that with my husband where he gets to see the part of me that used to be something only Shade would usually get to see me actually regress all the way to baby mode. Victor did when I was Pluto. When I was in the Pluto stage, I could regress to Baby around Vic, but he kind of bullied me out of it. He was the one who thought it's annoying. So, not to say that don't look down on Vic for that. I bullied him about way more things. I was very mean to Victor because I just gaslit him so much growing up, not knowing that that's a thing I was doing. It wasn't intentional. I didn't understand that he didn't know the game we were playing, I didn't realize the power I had over him as somebody who's older and just realizing things first. All right, let's read about Black Rose. Let's see what I actually wrote down about her. I like this format I'm doing of just kind of rambling and then reading what I actually wrote. Resultant from the extreme dissociation brought about by puberty and body dysmorphia, Black Rose became one of the main front personalities and remains the core of my communication. She is distant, cold, sardonic, in particular in how she communicates, always feeling sort of tired and inwardly overwhelmed, even as she shoulders through with unfazed expression. Black Rose can handle so much stress that if she can't be brought to the front, it is likely that the system is overloaded and not going to be operable at all. That's true. If I'm really exhausted, it's possible that I will be reduced to Pluto or Baby. I will just go all the way back, but that means I'm about to pass out. There's not much gas left in the tank if Black Rose can't make it to the front. She has the capacity to keep the thread of consciousness moving even when the body is staring into space for minutes on end with only tiny lapses in awareness. Yeah, so that's another thing. I didn't think as much when I was a kid. Before I was a teenager, I had a lot of feelings. I think probably Mitsue did the most thinking, because she was just angry and confused and she would, do a lot of angry, confused thinking. But I didn't grow up a big thinker. I didn't have a lot of complete sentences in my head. When I went through puberty and I started trying to understand myself, it felt like I was going insane for a long time because I wasn't used to having thoughts all the time. And having a constant chain of thoughts that won't stop, it just won't. felt like it was driving me nuts. It's not that I never had them. Like, I do remember actually as a kid, sometimes like I would get stuck on a thought, but I always thought of it as like torturous, you know? And so when I got to this stage, I just couldn't stop thinking, and then eventually I got used to that. And then eventually I started using that, you know, that it became my analytical tendency. So Black Rose is really the one who took this like, oh God, oh God, oh God, what's happening, and tried to like turn it into something productive, which became my, really became all of my art, because she was the one who really started writing. You know, like I did some light fiction writing before that, but she was the one who got really about like writing poetry, writing to express emotions, trying to write novels, you know. So yeah, she's the one who tried to figure out what to do with all the stress of being alive, basically. In a way, she's like a stopgap between all the other states, an attempt at creating neutrality between the personalities, even if it meant putting most of them to sleep for a bulk of the time over the course of many years after her creation. Yeah, so throughout most of the time that she was around, she was just knocking everybody else out. I mean, Mitsue was around a lot, being angry, but, you know, ineffective. Black Rose is the philosopher, the student of psychology and rationale, and the voice of reason that graduated from Mavis's ability just to recognize reason. Black Rose was more inward and also more bitter and meaner in her early days, requiring a lot more assistance from X Transition, who we'll get to momentarily, to be able to speak out and to get a point across. If Mavis was the one that could recognize a pattern of logic, Rose can figure out how to map that logic onto a verbal construct, and then X can figure out how to perform that expression of logic for an audience. I'll explain what I mean by that when I get to X in a minute. Over time, Rose got more and more confident. She started fronting for lots of the communication, creating a reputation of someone who is standoffish and talkative when they want to be, but always trying to rationalize their way through something. Black Rose is the main writer and eventually became the main speaker when I started reading a lot of my own writing into microphones, although my radio and vlog persona owes as much or more to Prancer, aka X. We'll talk about him next. It could be said that the more confidently that I feel I can explain something, the more likely it is for Rosetta to explain it. So yeah, like, because she's so good at explaining shit, if I feel like, oh, I really need you to like understand this advanced concept, I almost always switch into Rose. So like, let's say I'm hanging out with Bird and I'm talking to him in Pluto's voice, and then I really can't wake her up to do her voice. If I'm like talking to him, you know, consistently in that voice, and then he asks me a question that I think I need to give like a detailed answer to, my voice will tend to go down a few registers, and like, I don't totally lose track of the Pluto voice because it's like she still wants to be the one saying it, but Rose is the only one who actually like could do that. Like, she's built that skill. And again, Pluto hasn't fully matured to be able to do that kind of thing. Rosetta used to have a much more contentious relationship with some of the other personalities, particularly because of her dominant strategy of putting logical consideration over everything else and often failing in the actual application of that logic. Her finally capitulating to the demands of the system and forming a coalition with them in the name of creating a comfortable environment for everyone led to the creation of the Trixie personality. That's me. So yeah, like, basically, you know, Rose can't be in charge of the logic, or like, Mavis is literally in charge of the logic. Rose relies on the logic to make arguments. Neither of them is capable of like actually good arguments because they're both based on baby at the core. You know, at the core is the person who doesn't give a fuck about actually making sense. So in order for all of these people to be able to work together, Trixie had to be created to mediate between all of that, to be like, logic is a tool, but it's not the core of what we're doing here. We're trying to appease everyone, you know, so whatever that means, that's what this is about. The logic bends to that, so to speak. Anyway, she's represented by a cat. She's lawful neutral. She's the Enneagram 9, the one who sat in the pit and said this is okay for 10 years. And she is Kushmanga, the goddess of the cosmic egg. And her theme song is Flood by Boris, the hour of dissociation that is Flood by Boris. Still one of my favorites of all time. Okay. Holy fuck, this is long. Wow, holy moly, it's Trixie from the future who just edited everything that you watched just now. Isn't this an experience? I wanted to make some notes about the edit so far and also warn you about the fact that unfortunately the last hour of what I recorded for this has this awful hiss in the audio. There was something about the way my cables were, I guess. I didn't test the audio every single time I hit record. I was recording this in bits, over the course of a night. So, yeah, the last hour of it has fucked up audio, and it's not something I can really retake. Like, aside from the fact that I couldn't possibly recreate exactly what was said, it I'm also not interested in doing that because this was already such an endeavor. And so what I'm going to do is maybe add in some bits where I comment on what was said or cut back to just a better audio just so that it's not quite so much static for so long. I don't know. I don't know how much it's actually going to bother you. This was already probably tremendously difficult to listen to in more ways than one. So adding in another way, it's just a shame that it's something that's going to make it so much harder to actually parse what I'm saying. But if you're willing to stick through it just to really, really get to know me, then I appreciate the effort. Because I feel like if you're just looking for the tools to, to understand this experiment and apply it to yourself, you've probably gained those tools by this point. From here on, this is just about, do you really want to know me like that? So I appreciate it if you do. Oh, right. I wanted to make a couple of notes about the edit because there's some things I noticed. Like I cut out a lot of silence, I cut out a lot of big silences, but I left in certain silences where I felt as though they represented a shift in my demeanor, or like where I made some kind of noise and then I was kind of talking differently afterwards, because I think it shows the shifting influence of these personalities while I'm talking. Like there's a part where I'm talking about Mitsue where I start to get kind of ramped up and angry like her, and then kind of catch myself and let it go for a bit. So I left in that silence so you could hear the way I sort of reset. During Black Rose's segment, there's a part where I start like lapsing into someone else's voice. I don't remember who, but yeah, there's definitely appearances of voices that are closer to someone else's than mine being Trixie's. So that fascinated me, so I left in little stuff. You might be able to tell that kind of thing if you're really listening carefully, because now that I've alerted you to it, and I left in only stuff that is like suspicious in that way, like I cut out just silences that are just me thinking and coming back with sort of the same demeanor that I had before. I also wanted to point out that there are plenty of times where I just contradict myself. Like I say something and then I say something else, and it's obvious that I think both things are true, but just because of the word choices, they cannot both be true. I can't think of any specific examples, but there are some funny moments where it's like, wait, doesn't that exactly contradict what you said a couple minutes ago? So yeah, that's just fun stuff you can go back through and pick out if you end up listening to this again, because I'm sure even if you do listen to this last part, this might be the part you don't end up returning to just because the audio is so bad. I really wish it wasn't like this, but it is what it is. Again, I cannot recapture this. Some of these personalities are probably happier about this because, frankly, these are the more cryptic ones who are not as interested in talking about themselves. They're more adult. They feel more secure in themselves. They don't really feel like they need you to understand or appreciate them the way that the younger personalities want to be seen. So, I mean, not that these guys don't want to be seen at all, but that they didn't need this the way the other guys did. So it's not the biggest loss, but there are moments I really love in this. Like there's the reason I didn't want to cut it or anything is that particularly someone did their entire segment by themselves, and I really wanted to preserve that because it took a lot of courage to do. So, all right. Without further ado, let's continue into the story of X Transition. All right, in the same sense of how I said that you've almost certainly heard Black Rose's voice, you've almost certainly heard Prancer Alighieri's voice, also known as XXX Transition, also known as Fagnificent. I would describe the Digibro persona as mostly a collaboration of Prancer and Acid Girl. Acid Girl doing a lot more of the analytical stuff, and Prancer doing all of the unhinged, funny, podcasty, cluster punk aesthetics, everything that the people who really know me for beyond the analysis stuff. That's mostly Prancer's doing. And I think Prancer himself is sort of a collaboration between Acid Girl and Pluto and Himitsu Mitsue. Because I think Prancer is sort of like a collaboration between Pluto and Mitsue. Almost in defiance of Acid Girl, although I think they certainly work together. So maybe it's a collaboration. I don't know if they always worked together. I don't know if they were like originally more dissociated from each other and that they've come closer together over time. But because I'm not really sure exactly when I think Prancer came into existence, because I feel like he is kind of an extension of Mitsue's feeling of rebellion and like anger, but it's more widely dispersed. Like whereas Mitsue was like angry at specific people because they were bullying me, Prancer kind of realizes that it's not anybody's fault specifically, it's society as a whole that creates the way that people are, and that the only way to really combat that is to be the freak you want to see. As MC Ride put it. Be the freak you want to see, just don't follow me. I'm on a journey to the center of 3. And I can't really tell when Prancer sprang into existence, but I really want to credit Haruhi pretty heavily with being like the biggest inspiration on Prancer. Basically, the way I look at this, when I was 14, when I went through puberty and I became Acid Girl, it felt like I emotionally closed off from showing anything to anybody. Like all of the rage that Mitsue had was turned inward. I was no longer mad at other people, I was mad at myself for not fitting in. And I was also sympathetic to myself, but I just didn't, like, I had no recourse. I just didn't know what to do. Like, how do I become a person that other people can interface with? And I had all this energy, you know, I had all this emotion that I was trying to hide and put away, and it was keeping me away from society. And so when I did try to communicate, it tended to explode out. It's like all this pent-up energy has to go somewhere. So as soon as there's a chance, that energy is going to be at the maximum. And I, especially in my online persona, was very effusive. You know, I used a lot of swears, didn't really spell check my writing in the early days. You know, I was incredibly adamant and aggressive, and I would respond quickly, and I would respond all day and in depth. I was just very passionate about the things I cared about. And that was true of Pluto as well. That was true of Mavis as well. It was only really when I got to that period of total dissociation where I just didn't feel like myself, that it felt like I put that passion away. I started ignoring it because it wasn't helping me. It wasn't something I could communicate to other people, so it just felt like I was picking things up and putting them down all the time and not really being able to find something that stuck with me. And after, a year or two being that way, then I started wanting to fight my way through it. And this is when I started sort of understanding self-help stuff, like looking to characters for the way that they interact with the world. Someone like Haruhi that was, even though looking at her as an adult, I think she's just out of control and totally hateable. The fact that she just did kind of do whatever she wanted was very inspirational to me when I was in high school. And she was loud and audacious, and just whatever she was passionate about, she went for it and kind of said fuck you if you weren't willing to go along with her. And that is very much Prancer's attitude, is I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and you're either going to be with me or you can fuck off, and if you won't fuck off, I might have to do something about it. He does have that kind of streak of violence. You'll notice there are some more violent, more villainous characters here. So, I also keep saying he, and that's because Prancer is the most non-binary, most gender-fluid character on this list, because Prancer is willing to perform as a man. Prancer is willing. The reason that a character like Digibro could exist, because initially I was hiding my face for the most part. I showed it a little bit in the Brony days, but I was hiding behind a very feminine looking pony character when I first started on the scene, and then I was doing anime videos when my face wasn't in them. So becoming a vlogger was very much like Prancer saying, okay, well, there's a lot that you can't really communicate just through writing. You can't really communicate everything just through Acid Girl's very tame personality. Some of what you're trying to communicate needs to be kind of blown, exploded out of you. Obviously, the shit-talking anime YouTubers, side of me, that is Prancer. And, I can access this more easily now, but I also don't, I don't feel the need to put this on senselessly. I more so do this for my own fun, singing to music in my garage, putting on a performance for myself. Prancer doesn't really feel the need to prove things to other people unless they're gonna really prove things, and Prancer, similarly to Pluto, does not feel that I have provided the means for that. I don't have the body, I don't have I haven't been taking care of my looks. I don't have the money to buy cool outfits like all these characters you see on screen here, I should have put David Bowie in here. I don't know how I forgot about him. You'll notice there's a lot of real people on this, but they all look like cartoon characters because of how they dress. And also, there's a heavy element of gender queerness, high fashion, really just kind of looking like a ridiculous person, and flagrant queerness, really putting it in people's face that you are queer, which obviously Prancer wasn't always like that, but kind of undercurrently was. Prancer is the part of me that kept saying, I'm gay, because even if it was, even if other parts of me were taking it ironically, I don't know if Prancer was. I think Prancer was I think maybe Prancer saw through what was going on here. Prancer is the gayest personality also. Being the most male also makes Prancer the gayest. So when I do all my rhymes that are just the most raunchy, most sleazy, most dementedly gay bars I can think of, that's Prancer. Prancer does most of the rapping, most of the performing, you know, because, like, Pluto can dance, but she's more like interpretive, soft dancing. Prancer's like, I'm gonna rock out. I'm gonna, like, Prancer's probably, if I've danced in front of other people, more so likely the one who's been doing the dancing. Because he's gonna try to look cool and really put on a show. I only use he, him so much because I like creating contrast to the fact that everyone else is, you know, either very feminine or identifies as a woman and is not very feminine. And Prancer is all over the place. You know, you can see there are plenty of girls in here, mostly lesbians, or bisexuals, but all just people with over-the-top person. I just noticed that the Gatchaman crowd's character is in here twice. How the fuck did that happen? How am I just noticing this? I've been staring at this image for like 10 minutes and I'm just now noticing. You all probably noticed a while ago. It's already like 10 seconds about it. I didn't notice it. There's a lot of goddere in here. A lot of like narcissism. And like, it's all a show in a way. Because, well, I don't think that growing up I thought I was like powerful. Like, I thought that I was intelligent but weak. And I expected other people to take care of me. I guess I felt a like undue sense of expectation of privilege. Like, I thought I was more privileged than I was or something. Like, I just expected the world to take care of me and was constantly surprised that it wasn't, or maybe I just wasn't even realizing that it wasn't, or felt that it was in ways like, well, you know, not understanding what could have been. So basically what I'm trying to say is that as a kid, I never like performatively self-aggrandized, you know, even if inwardly I might have thought I was smart, or more likely just thought other people were dumb. Like, I never really thought of it like, oh, I'm so great. It was more like, why are other people so stupid? Why do other people keep getting everything wrong? And that's why Mitsue was just so angry, you know. It wasn't that she thought the other people were beneath her, it's that she was just mad that they treated her like she's beneath them. Prancer doesn't think that people are beneath him. He just thinks that everybody has the potential to be like a god, and has decided to embrace that, and not to be humble about it, not to be like, you know, nah, actually I'm just like everybody else. It's like, well, you know, I am just like everybody else in terms of potential, but unlike all of you, I've decided to realize my potential and wear it on my sleeve, and I don't understand why you're not doing it, and now I'm gonna bully you for not doing it. Like, that's Prancer. That's why my rap is so aggressive. It's so like, get out there and be a freak and be creative, because that's what Prancer wants, you know, is to see a world where everything's colorful, everything's fun, everything's interesting, you know, everything's raunchy and dirty and just honest. He just wants to see honesty. And honesty kind of means a performance. Like, you can't, like, if you're just going by your raw instinct, you're just going to sit around and do nothing, right? But, like, your honesty is what charges you to do something. It's like, you could lie to yourself and say, I don't want to go on an expedition because it sounds dangerous, and you understand intellectually that it might not be a good idea. But when you're honest with your heart, you are going to figure out how to make it possible just because you want to do it so much. And that is this side of me, the side that says, like, well, you might not know how you can be a singer, you might not know how you can be a writer, you might not know how you can be a YouTuber, but you just gotta do it, and put all of your energy into it. Full send, just let it go, let it loose, let all that energy fly. And the result of that, for me, is chaos, because there is no obvious vision other than the vision of everything, like of beauty in and of itself, not beauty that says something about something other than says something about beauty. Like if you look at this image, I hope that what I'm saying comes through, but like none of these characters are symbolizing anything other than that they are who they are, and they are beautiful in spite of looking like nothing else. Like every single one of these is a totally singular look that no one else has ever had, but they also don't, they don't symbolize anything other than, hey, look at me, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. And it's produced a result you've never seen before, and that's what makes it interesting. And yeah, that's how Prancer feels. Let's go ahead and read the notes I took about Prancer, because I feel like I'm getting off into the weeds here. Prancer Alighieri, aka X Transition, aka Magnificent, like Lil Nas X but gayer. The joke there is that it's not even possible to be gayer than Lil Nas X. Prancer is a thorough troll and a bombastic artistic personality created from the desire to have an excessively contrarian charisma and celebrity. Easily the most masculine personality in the sense that he will use he/him pronouns, often just to distinguish himself from the rest of the personalities, as he views gender more as an outfit than as any kind of innate part of a person's being. Prancer was originally part of me that loudly argued against the idea that I was a girl and threw himself into all things boy, culminating in leading to the obsession with manliness that I felt in my late teens. Yes, this is important too, because, again, my core personality, Baby, you remember, she's a bright-eyed, excited kid. She's mellow, but she's very happy and very curious and very excited about things. And all of that was reflected in Pluto. Pluto is, bombastic and fun and just wants to have a good time, but because of the fact that every time she opened her mouth, she was told she was annoying or too girly, she developed this angry, counterpart, this quiet side that just kind of simmers in rage. That's Meat's Ray. And then when, I became disconnected from feeling like I understood any of those personalities, because it's like the anger turned inward and the cuteness and all that started to feel like this distant thing that I couldn't reconnect with. That's when Acid Girl came into the picture. And then Prancer is like, well, how do I get that stuff back, though? Because it's still in there. Like, all that emotion is still there. I can't just pack it away and forget about it forever. It's trying to get out. It's trying to explode out. And it won't explode out in any kind of immediate, obvious way. It doesn't understand itself well enough. It has to come out through art. It has to come out through weirdness. Just through, an artistic way of being, even. And that attitude is heavily associated with masculinity, especially at the time. Like, there wasn't a lot of representation of, like, the explosive, effusive woman. I mean, we had Missy Elliott. She was a big influence on me as a kid. I didn't think of her as a girl because she didn't make girly stuff. She wasn't in Pink. She wasn't talking about, she was talking about sex, and she was talking about it from a feminine perspective, but she came at it in so much more of like a fun, goofy kind of way, whereas everybody else was so very self-serious on that subject. So, and now I've got someone like Doechii that I really connect with, who I think, the name Prancer comes from the song Pacer. Originally I had named him Pacer, but he's really more of a Prancer because he's a faggot. But, like, before I was willing to identify myself as a woman or identify with women, particularly in my late teens when I was very self-conscious about it, because it felt perverted to me. And, that's still the thing that people accuse trans women of, is. They'll call you a pervert and say it's like a sexual thing, and I very much don't think it is at all. You know, I obviously have perversions and sexual things, but those are on a totally different, they have nothing to do with the transgenderism, you know, they have everything to do with other hang-ups. But like when I was a teen, I thought that stuff disqualifies me from womanhood, and so I, you know, thought that it must mean that this is like my access to manliness is to be like Gurren Lagann, that explosive, over the top, like channel that ADHD energy into just bombast, channel it into, you know, the raw desire to make reality change to your will. And even though like I kind of had developed that mentality through Haruhi, I started projecting it onto masculinity because I just kept getting further and further dissociated from the feminine, you know, and my relationship to femininity got so complicated over the course of my late teens and my 20s, you know, that eventually I realized I had developed like such a complex about it because I was in denial about, you know, transness, that I had constructed this whole idea of what men and women are. There's no connection to reality, just as a way of discluding myself from the conversation of transness, basically. Anyway, as men go, Prancer is very, very gay, and the mental image of him came together when I realized I was bisexual after puberty, but could never come together out of the fear of being seen as queer. Had Prancer and Pluto been able to come together, I can imagine a version of my teenage self that was true to themselves and able to present through post-gendered lenses and with post-binary sexual preferences. So yeah, like in the same way that Pluto feels like she lost that opportunity as a kid to have grown up with her gay friends and become a dancer. Like, there was a period when I was 14 where I realized I was probably bi, and I tried to talk to my mom about it, and I tried to, like, go buy clothes, and I just couldn't. Like, I couldn't get over the wall of, this can't be true. You know, like, this can't be the reality I'm stepping into. I do not have the courage. I did not have the bravery. And so, like, Prancer became, like, practice bravery, like a person who is capable of being that way, but it ended up turning in the wrong direction, you know, like instead of being very bravely gay and open, I became very bravely, well, whatever I do is manly. It might seem gay, but that's just because manly men are actually very gay, you know, which is how most guys, I think most men are gay, or that like being a man makes you gay, but that's a conversation for another time. Prancer takes a lot of influence from the way that I perceived my mom growing up, especially from how she would dress herself up and take on an energized persona for attending concerts. So yeah, like my mom, when she would go to shows, always had to get like as gothed out as possible, you know, like really dress up and always try to be the center of attention. She tried to find some way to give herself a story of that night. Even though she's not the band, she's either going to meet the band or she's going to have some way that she made it so that she could tell the story of that night, and it would be her unique story of that night. You know, that's kind of Prancer's approach to situations, is like, I'm going to find a way to make my experience of this something memorable that I can talk about later, or at the very least that I will be excited to remember. Prancer loves going to and putting on shows more than anything in the world, and dreams of dying in a particularly intense mosh pit. He loves heavy music and especially hip-hop, and is obsessed with music videos, dancing, and fashion, even more so than Pluto. Suffice it to say that he is the main voice of my raps and the charger of my stage performances. Charger. It's an interesting phrase. As well as the one that I have tapped into when unleashing on other creators and dumping on bad media. He played a big role in developing my podcasting persona and with creating the image that the Digibro character came to be known for, especially with the round sunglasses, the giant fur coat, and pushing for the whole clusterfunk aesthetic. Which really just started as me not knowing how to dress myself and like continually collecting eclectic clothes, but eventually I started to realize that like you can match things that don't seem like they should match, but like are so crack-brained that they come together, and you can see a lot of that in this image of like a more mainstream application of that. For all of his posturing, Prancer mostly exists as a way to break through the stagnation of association and get something said. He can be the most aggressively sensitive and argumentative personality. I'd also say he's the least inward. Like, he does have thoughts, he does have opinions on matters, and he sometimes makes comments about other personalities and what they're doing, and like cracks jokes about them, but he mostly exists as a performance, as something to do out loud. Similarly to Trixie. He likes feeling like he's in a fight even though he has never thrown hands and is clearly bitch-made. Unlike Yumiko Mitsue, he talks a lot of shit but isn't really interested in actually hitting anyone and will usually fall back as soon as he doesn't think his level of pressure is necessary. Yeah, so like, Mitsue is like grumbling under her breath about how she's going to kill you one day. Prancer just kind of feels like as soon as you start actually getting serious, he's lost interest. It's like if it's not a game anymore, it's not funny, then he doesn't care. He's just going to Prancer is generally too much for most situations, which is why he prefers to be in front of a large crowd where that energy can be used to take hold of and direct everyone's attention. While I've used he, him pronouns, it's important to remember that Prancer is an absolute gender abolitionist and presents feminine just as often, although he is more at peace than anyone else is in the system with the fact that people will inevitably view him as a gay man before anything else. So yeah, like, part of what makes Prancer, I guess, necessary to the system is that, like, most people are just going to see me as a guy. And ever since I transitioned, if you see me as a man, at the very least, you must see me as a very gay man. And Prancer does not mind that. Prancer's like, whatever, what's the difference? What's the difference between a gay man and a trans woman? You know, you're both getting fucked in the ass if you are me. So, you know, the people can see that much just by looking, so that's all they really need to know, I guess. Prancer's name comes from Pacer by Dochi, who is a huge influence on his steez lately, along with Tyler the Creator, Cake the Killer, Lil Nas X, and Going Back in Time, Missy Elliott, Ludacris, and Eminem. Prancer comes to the front mostly for the sake of performances and is otherwise mostly on the ideas side, but he's passionate about helping everyone else to bring their ideas to fruition and is one of the best, besides Mavis, at collaborating and disappearing into whatever role is necessary for a project persona. So, yeah, okay, introducing this idea of project personas. Like, Trixie is, in a way, like a long-term project persona, but basically what this is me describing, I guess, Prancer is kind of in a way too, but he's like more of an undercurrent idea that is behind a lot of them. But basically, like, when I know that there is something I need to do, that like a couple of these, you know, personalities can kind of collaborate and make happen, they sort of, develop a short-term persona for the sake of realizing that project. And sometimes it's like fairly subtly different from just, me. But like, there are times where it's like, okay, well, Prancer and Pluto both think that this would be the best voice to do for this performance, so it's like they create a voice together that I can use for that, and then it's gone and that performance is over, so to speak. And that could be like a literal voice or like a written voice or something, but like there's a thing being made. And so Prancer is really good at disappearing into those roles, at saying, oh, you need like a loud pain in the ass to help you tell your story? I got you. You know, in the same way that Mavis is like, oh, you need a calculator? I got you. He's represented by a ferret or a peacock. He's chaotic, neutral, an Enneagram 4, and Kalar Tree, the goddess of auspiciousness and courage. Theme song, obviously paced by Dochi. Alright, time to move into the really complicated and hard to talk about personas.
Yeah. Walking in the spider webs of clout that all of those in doubt are probably never gonna really know about. Caught up in the web called the internet, where the bots and feds have me singled out. Voice ringing out just to bounce around the walls of this garage where I've smoked a pound in 2 months. Now I'm out to stunt, right on out the closet and up the butt. Yeah, I'm high as fuck and I'm kinda drunk and I'm at the wheel, so fucking buckle up, y'all. Yeah. Yeah, grimiest shit on the internet since 2011, and I'll say it again, this is trial of the motherfucking golden witch, the beat burning bitch that'll beat the piss out of a golden snitch. J.K. Rowling needs to die, choking on a dick. Billionaires should all be raped. End of the sentence. Get your future feeling tense with you in my presence. Better have a suture and a structure right nearby attendants. Gonna feel my bars, then improve your head, gutting all your senses, cutting so fucking deep into your flesh you cannot pretend it's gonna leave you any less than dead and without redemption. Little bitch boy looking like you've been torn to shreds. Death intervention, don't play coy boy, I don't gotta pretend. I command attention. You can find me leading a mob of artists at the convention. You can find me smoking weed in the streets for the bridge suspension, and I just might be the queen of the freaks in this dimension. It's the grimiest shit on the internet since 2011, and I'll say it again, this is trial of the motherfucking golden witch, the beat burning bitch that'll beat the piss out of a golden snitch.
Yo, I've been like this for a long time, and it's exhausting. Something was bound to give. It could only be so long before I was going to reach a sort of transcendent level of dissociative madness. And I would say it was not an all-at-once thing. This wasn't a trauma trigger thing so much as a germ that grew until it was a fungus that lives on my soul. This is not human. This is it. I might use he sometimes or she, but it's really it. This is the deep peace figment. This is the part that says, fuck it, we ball. No matter what. Does not matter what. Every other part of the system exists to hold this part back. They're all like, no, nah. No, we're gonna do things that fit each of our independent moral framework. And Deep Peace Figment wants to destroy that moral framework. This is my chaotic evil persona. This is the version of me that imagines how someone's going to die as soon as I meet them. This is the version of me that cannot help but to imagine sexual scenarios all the time. This is the version of me that thinks that Himitsu Mitsue could actually become a ninja and could probably kill somebody with Deep Peace Figment's help. I don't think she really wants to do it, but, you know, the capability exists because of this thing, this germ. This is the mind poison that society created just through a sheer buildup of rot. This is Skimbofransia. This is the Eroguro nonsense. This is the face of abject madness. This is anything in my lyrics that I have actually done. Deep Peace Figment did that. This is who created Art So Fart So, because Digibro wasn't enough. This is who created the Unknown tape, and also the Fuck Off mixtape. You see the cover of it there. That was probably the most in the front. The first song on that in specific is the most in the front Deep Peace Figment has ever been. And Deep Peace thinks about death all the time, loves death, obsessed with death, in love with death like Thanos. So it is Thanos, right? He's in love with death. Thanos in love with Thanatos. Is that how that works? Whatever. Deep Peace Figment is in love with death. Deep Peace Figment feels as though it has existed for centuries, but also can kind of mentally go back to any point in time in that it has a conception of. It finds all information inherently fun. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be funny in like a haha sense, but even if it's negative and bad information, Deep Peace is just like having fun by learning. Like, whatever it is, it could be the worst thing ever, and Deep Peace is like, oh well, at least I know. At least now I know another way that things are awful that I can employ into my repertoire of knowledge of things that are awful. Here's something you can list, Mavis. How about a list of worst things you've ever seen? How about I help you find some things to fill out that list? Let's go on an expedition. That's Deep Peace. And honestly, I think a lot of people develop this kind of thing when they're like an edgy teenager. I really skipped the boat on that because I was so busy trying to recollect my childhood and, the missing part of my teen years, that it really wasn't until my 20s that I think I reached the social level to develop this side. Because, I was so under-socialized until I kind of became internet famous, and then I became dramatically over-socialized. And I had way too many interactions with way too many people, and it definitely started damaging my psyche, and I still hadn't resolved my self-image. Like, none of these people that I spoke to in all that time did I ever get to introduce to Pluto or Baby, like my real life friends knew that I had this like girly other weird side that comes out sometimes, and also that I have a dissociation tendency. They knew that I was somebody who's just not there all the time. Some people call it insane. Yeah, they call it insane. I play Russian roulette every day. A man scored with a bullet called life. Yeah, I'm a called life. That every time I try to go where I really want to be, it's already where I am. I'm already there. Kombucha mushroom people sitting around all day. I hope you system. Yeah, this is the pervert. This is the one that draws girls getting tied up and losing their limbs and being eaten by giant fish. This is the one that insists on learning as much forbidden information as possible, and would commit sins if not for the fact that the entire rest of the system is like, you need to chill. Like, basically everybody agrees that Deep Peace has bad vibes and needs to be kept in a sort of spiritual imprisonment and, allowed to live, because ultimately I need to know these things. The things that Deep Peace wants to know, I want to know. But Deep Peace cannot be allowed to run free. Deep Peace is not a good person. Alright, let's read what I read here about Deep Peace. The darkest, most chaotic, and arguably evil personality created in the shadow of Rosetta's hyperlogical approach. In fact, Acid Girl could be considered the result of Peace infecting the Black Rose personality to create its true form. Interesting. So I'm suggesting that Rosetta Blackwood only became Acid Girl after Deep Peace started infecting. If that's the case, then I'm going to say that Deep Peace came into existence specifically when I learned about snuff films and dissociative identities at like a deeper level, because I only vaguely knew about BID. I had like read the Boogie Pop book and stuff, and like that was basically most of it. I like read maybe the Wikipedia article, but there was this time I read this lengthy article that was about. I don't even know if this thing is real. The whole time I was reading it, I was like, is this a creepypasta? Is this a real thing that happened? But it was about like these young girls that have been kidnapped and forced to participate in basically like torture films where they were like torturing one another. Most of them had to develop dissociative identities, and there's a lot of detail about what that meant. And it was this incredibly lengthy article, and I had read it in the mentality that was like, yeah, I'm gonna eat fucked up shit, you know, and then like it was so fucked up that I couldn't sleep. It was all I could think about for a while, and like I think it just like rearranged my understanding of reality, because that's still kind of the darkest thing I know. Like, still kind of the darkest thing I've ever thought about or imagined is like children getting kidnapped or forced to torture each other, and the psychological damage that does to them. And maybe it's just the fact that I even found that somehow relatable, because I became fascinated, tried to write characters who had been through that scenario, you know, in my own books and stuff. So, you know, specifically exploring DID has always been a big part of my own writing that nobody's ever gotten to read because I never finish it. But this was like the period where it stopped being too scary for me to look at directly, I guess. Like, that article broke me so badly that I could slowly start deliberately looking at dark things. And I need you to understand, I had self-censored myself ridiculously up to this point. Like, in spite of the fact that when like I said earlier, I had discovered my dad's porn magazines, that was something I was doing with my older cousin, and if not for that, I never would have probably indulged that at all. And I didn't anymore after it was kind of like found out and taken away, you know? And outside of that, I would avoid sexual stuff. I would avoid talking about or learning about sexual stuff. I avoided violence at all costs. And it was only in my early teens through anime that I started to enjoy violent media, because it just looks awesome. And I love the kineticism of movement. I love action. You know, I used to draw lots of action scenes and stuff. You know, I already mentioned that I like dancing. So I think inevitably I was always going to be interested in animation because it is about the study of movement and the way things move. But it's also just as likely that if I were less dissociative, I would have gotten more into using my body to express that than just, you know, drawing things or even looking at drawings of things that express it. But basically, I was not looking at anything particularly dark up until around this point. And this is also around when I like watched Black Lagoon and Techno Lies and like the first few episodes of Now and Then Here and There, and all of those were like dark things that left a huge impact on my psyche around this time, and like drove me deeper into feeling like, well, I'm already desensitized now, so I guess I can handle a little bit more, you know, until we get to the point now where like watching The Boys still really fucks with me, or The Wire still really fucks with me, because it just plays on my fears entirely too well. But like, I also will do it on purpose and will watch The Boys because it's good and I want to kind of face those existential fears, and it's helped me tremendously. Like, I used to have a tremendous phobia of cockroaches, to the point that if, like, up through my early 20s, that if I saw one in a room, I would not go back in that room for, like, days. And now I'm at a point where I can see one and just be like, whatever, you know, like, it's over there, I'm over here, I don't care. Like, Deep Peace did that for me. You know, like, just decided you're gonna face exposure therapy of everything unpleasant to you until you are just incapable of feeling unpleasantness anymore. Deep Figment doesn't think anything can possibly make sense, and that the illogical and seemingly irrational parts of consciousness are the most interesting and worthy of study. As such, there isn't a thing that it doesn't want to go. There isn't a that it doesn't want to go down. I think I meant road. There isn't a road that doesn't want to go down. Peace wants to explore everything, believing ultimate empathy can only be achieved through some level of parallel experience. So that's another part of it, is like, there are boundaries that everyone else in the system is like, well, my identity does not include everything that every human has ever done. You know, so like, Deep Peace would be like, well, how can you really empathize with a murderer if you never killed somebody? You know, like that kind of logic. And everyone else is like, I don't need to empathize with a murderer. Fuck you. So, you know, that's the balance there. The other personalities mostly hold it back, but if Peace is truly left to its own devices in a situation where it thinks it can get away with being freaky, it will team up with Dimitri to try and see what it can slide under the radar. Peace is in perpetual pursuit of discomfort, unfamiliar art, weird situations, and emotional turmoil. The more uncomfortable a chaotic situation, the more Peace starts to come to the forefront, always with a sense of confidence, as if a situation becomes more under its control, the less that it seems to be under any control at all. So yeah, I do feel like, I don't know, I almost feel like it's easiest for me to exist in a situation of some degree of either mass physical chaos, like being at a convention where there's just tons of people moving around and no one's paying attention to each other. I feel a lot of freedom in that. And then also situations where everybody except for me is emotionally ramped up, and I feel like I can move around them in a weird way. Like they're all frozen in a moment of emotional time, and I'm like not frozen in that moment. It's always like a weird, it makes me feel like a fucked up sociopathic glee. That like, ahaha, you're all stuck in this thing and I'm over here. You know, like it's a weird feeling, but that's definitely a Deep Peace type of a feeling. Peace is in love with death and obsessed with imagining ways that I and everyone I know and love will die, or coming up with the worst possible logical explanations it can think of for whatever is happening. Peace is a worst-case scenario, break-the-glass in emergency type of personality that requires a lot of abatement to get to play ball. So yeah, like basically, you know, if you want Peace to come out and not just do whatever it wants, there needs to be like a good deal. You need to negotiate. It's easily the most brave and reckless personality, probably wouldn't have a single fuck to give if there weren't so many other people vying for control. Peace is so thoroughly straitjacketed that it won't ever front by itself in front of any other person, but through collaborative efforts it can put on performances such as the creation of the arts of character that it made in collaboration with X and Rose. Represented by a goat or a walrus, chaotic evil, an Enneagram 8, and Siddhihatri, goddess of supernatural powers. Theme song Chasing a Bee by Mercury Rev. Ooh, that does make me feel the deepest peace. That song makes me feel the most like myself. When I listen to Chasing a Bee, I feel like I am inside of the song and that's who I am. Okay, this is one of the parts I was worried about because I'm really blowing up the spot by even addressing the fact that this is me. But I might as well not try to, like, be weird or secretive about it. I do have a YouTube channel. Farrah Bradley, the Bomber Girl. Cozy Queer Gaming. I've talked about Infinity Nikki. If you've made it this far in the video, I trust you not to blow up the spot too badly. Just go quietly watch it and subscribe, and don't tell anybody, because the channel has some hope of algorithm, and even if I don't really believe in YouTube and YouTube success, it would be precious to me to preserve the chance for this channel to not be, whatever, it doesn't matter. I've made this video, so I've already blown up the spot. It is what it is. I tried to keep it separate, but I haven't made anything there for a while because I'm struggling to untie all these curse knots. And I'm surprised I even can speak right now. I'm Vera Bradley, the most mature personality in this system besides Trixie, because I came into existence through transition. And through also exploring the United States, because a lot of how I've developed myself is through traveling, through understanding better like really where I'm at in comparison to the rest of the world. Like when I was doing Digibro, like Prancer thought I could do a rap show. No, like it would not require any effort. Like Prancer was very confident. Like it just like I had this mental image in my head that one day I would get a bunch of my fans together. I would just walk on stage and perform a bunch of my songs, and everybody would love it and be an awesome show. And then when I actually traveled and learned like exactly what goes into doing a tour, what it really means to do shows, and did some shows. I opened for a couple of shows, and those sets went well, but it was so much harder than I thought it would be. And it also gave me a lot of pause for thought to realize that it's, if you want to do any sort of art form, you need to strip back the fact that you just think it is glamorous to do that thing, and actually concern yourself with what is the reality of doing that thing. I understood that when it comes to stuff like writing. I understood what is unglamorous about the actual process of it, and filmmaking, because I'd studied these things. But when it comes to live performing, I think I just didn't really understand how different it feels to actually be doing it, in a real context, versus just practicing it or imagining it. And it made me realize that I do want to keep doing it and to keep letting Prancer have those opportunities, but I don't think it's as core to me as I thought it was before that. And what is more core to me is exploration, and this sense of needing to continue seeing, I almost enjoy the touring more than the doing of a show, which is the opposite of most musicians. Most of them hate touring and they love doing the actual performances. I feel like I love the travel, I love meeting people and going to new places, and the actual having to do something part of it is very nerve-wracking. But it's not that I couldn't do it well, it's that I have to know exactly why I'm doing it. And I understand that Pluto and Prancer, have something they want to express through dance and through physicality, and I want to give that to them because I like moving around. I like having the physical capability to hike, having the ability to climb things, to really feel like I have control over my relationship to the environment around me. And also I think I'm a lot better at navigating human relationships than anybody else. I'm the first person who has like really understood that kindness is free. That like you can just be a good person all the time, and like that's how good people are. They're just constantly making the decision to be good. And so that's where I come into play. But in honesty, this system does not have the energy to support me right now, like all the time. And there's a lot of trauma from the past, the present, the future, like just knowing what's coming, knowing where I'm at, knowing what I can and can't do, how much I can't really even go like hang out outside right now, right? Like it's the middle of winter. It's not even like a good idea. That's like the main thing I like to do. Maybe I am low key actually trying to advertise my channel because I haven't posted to it just because I don't feel like I can afford to. Like the system can't afford to let me do whatever I want, even though what the system really wants is to make me the reality of it. Vera is, I am, like, I wouldn't say a conclusion, but the closest thing there is to an adult form of everyone else. Like, the most that everybody else has kind of come together to make one thing happen, and that thing be, like, something we're all happy with, where, like, Prancer's happy that I'm, like, outgoing and capable of communicating with people, and sort of taking that energy and bombast and not being like edgy about it, but like kind about it. And then Deep Peace likes that we're going on all these adventures, seeing all this stuff, just like gathering information. As long as I'm always on the move, Deep Peace is not going to complain about that, and I'm happy to be able to like kind of contain it by feeding it something positive instead of negativity. Acid Girl is like a natural evolution into me. I think I'm exactly who she would have wanted to be, like I think I am who Acid Girl thought she could become, but never had the self-acceptance to do it. And very much so, I am like Pluto's big sister. Like she wants to be me. She wants to graduate into me, but she needs me to be more physically adept. Like she needs me to be a dancer. She needs me to be more like FK Twix that she's obsessed with. She needs me to be more like some of these characters on screen, like some of these very physically adept characters that I've got here. And you'll see that there's a higher femininity to these characters, but once again, they're not girly girls, but they are matronly. There's very much, Pluto wants to be a mom, and I'm the version of her that could be. But she has to fully become me for that to be the case. And I can't keep falling back into being her. But that's going to keep happening as long as I'm still insecure. And I don't feel like I've set myself up to be in the front all the time. Like I should be the complete I should just always be this way. But that's not the case because I haven't established the parameters for that to be the case. And I think this video will help. I think this video probably has helped already just in the recording of it, but also seeing people react to it will help. And as I talk, I almost feel ashamed of how like afraid I was to come out or admit that I'm a part of this, and how much I wanted to keep my channel a secret, because I know everybody needs to be seen. But I am still very insecure, and I think I'm the reason Trixie had to become an anime character, because I kind of disrupted her ability to exist. Like, Trixie was running the channel last year, and then I kind of was like, what if we let me do it? Like, what if I became a YouTuber? Can I succeed doing that? And I had fun doing it, but then we ended up traveling at the end of last year, and I felt re-energized to try to let Trixie have a chance again. And she's been doing a great job, but she wants me to be in front. Like, Trixie doesn't want to be doing this. She's like a Mr. Meeseeks. Like, she doesn't want to exist long term. There's only supposed to be 8 of us. I was born on August 8th. I weighed 8 pounds and 8 ounces, and the number 8 is very precious to me. I constructed all these characters with this story called 8 Endlessly, and initially I did have Trixie in there, not Acid Girl, because I kind of viewed Acid Girl as grown up into me. But as I mentioned, I do feel like I fall back into her sometimes, and I feel like if I was fully realized, I wouldn't fall back into anybody. I'm the final form of everyone. I can do all of it. I can do what, Prancer doesn't care that much about anything other than making the expression possible by whatever means necessary. If the expression is satisfied, Prancer is satisfied. It's more about Pluto. Like, I have to be the grown-up version of her, and I can't do that yet. So, squaring that. Let me just read what I read about myself, or what somebody wrote about me. I don't know if I wrote this. I don't know how to quantify what I write versus what other people write. Created through transitioning genders, traveling the U.S., and reassessing my sense of self, Vera is the only personality that was born fully mature out of recognizing that all of the other personalities had become stunted for quite some time. If it could be said that none of the other personalities had reached adulthood yet, Rose was just pantomiming it for the rest of us, then Vera is the creation of a proper adult personality based on the person that I would have liked to have grown into had my development not been blockaded by insecurity for such a long time. It still is. So it still is. I still am the person I would like to grow into if I was not blockaded by insecurity. Vera represents. I represent Gabe. It's weird to read to be in my own mode and reading. Oh god, it's hard to speak as a sister, isn't it? I represent gained knowledge, everything that would have been poured into me if I had ever known that I needed it, but which I have now, be it the wherewithal to hike and travel, dress appropriately, set up camp, cook and clean, and take care of myself. I have the most boots on the ground, naturalist and humanist perspective, and the kindest personality. I do a much better job of making new friends than any of the other, I'm so sorry, personalities that tend to front and have also mended or reshaped some of my lasting friendships to match my energy. Like, this is how I know I didn't write it, because I wouldn't be so mean. While I'm one of the personalities that likes to front the roast, my ability to do so is very circumstantial, and I will fall back when I fall onto old habits that don't fit my energy. Yeah, like, it's hard for me to read this because it doesn't feel like me, but it is funny. Like, it makes me laugh, but not, like, at anyone's expense, except for my own, because it's just funny to read something, someone else talk about you, when that person is also you. God, I hate it. No, I don't hate anything. Oh no. Oh, I'm trying so hard to stay around. I love to study maps with Mavis and plot journeys. I'm the most organized and responsible personality, although I can be the most challenging to summon inwardly if I don't see a clear sense of purpose in what I'm doing at the front. Honestly, the hardest part for me right now is I've got so much facial hair. I need to go out and buy razor. Like, I need to. As soon as this is over, I think I can finally go in the store. I'm the most dedicated to transition of the bunch, although it's less out of a personal desire to express femininity. I have a very rugged brand of that, and more out of my compassion towards Pluto and Baby Bijou and a desire to work on the body as a vessel. I mean, with the way I've described myself throughout this video, I think it's fair to say that I just am that. I don't think it needs to be described like a separate thing. I'm a photographer, a cook, a journalist, something of a model? Question mark? Although more interested in modeling the pragmatic sense of showing people what's good. Okay, I get that. Then in the self-celebratory sense, wow, that's wonderful. I can read this. I'm really, really into cozy video games and French culture, although I've only been around for a short time to start learning about those things. A lot of that through loving Caravan Sandwich so much, which you'll notice that if you go to my channel, you'll understand when you go there, but there's so many cool French indie games that I'm into. And I'm very good at finding things that the girlier parts of me are going to like, represented by an otter, got very much a den mother energy about me. Taking care of trans girls is my number one priority in life. This is true. Also, everybody get on Blue Sky. Why are you still in X? It's kind of disgusting. Because of this, I've brought politics to the forefront of the system's consideration more than it ever had been before. True, that's how we end up with Trixie Goldie Witch. That's why it says which brings us to. But I added in these notes, I'm neutral good. I wouldn't say I necessarily operate within the law in the strictest sense. But, you know, I am trying to do good. I am Enneagram 3, I guess, whatever that means. I am Brahmasharini, the mother of devotion and penance. I am here to make good on all the shit that Deep Peace did. I'm the one keeping that motherfucker at bay the most. And my theme song is We Should Move Somewhere Beautiful by Ravina. It literally makes me cry. Alright, Trixie's gonna take over again. Thanks for listening, y'all. I'm glad to meet you. Please, now that you know me already, just go listen to my channel. I feel like I was even less confident in those videos than I was in this one. It took a lot to get here, so I feel good about this. I hope this video does good things for the rest of everybody here.
Hey, it's Trixie, 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 the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. It's Trixie, 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 the Golden Witch, Trixie Golden Witch. Hey, put Trixie in the mix and see how far your foot gets put in your pussy. Get the good seat where you see my gushy Pan-Atlantic and I'm cooking. Would sing, wussy, kittens, memorize the rhyme scheme. Eyes closed, understand my lyrics as my diction is pristine. So prissy, just miss me with all the racist hot takes. I am not fake like you. My muse go deeper than lake and broad like ocean. Frankly, Mr. Shankly, fuck yourself. I transcend shell for bank. I make the future suit yourself, you slut. You know I got the tightest lips. I'm biting pillows and plushies when you got that grip on my hips and my butt cheeks. Fucking bitch, I'm out of control. Yeah, bitch, I am a sight to behold. Is it a lark or a troll? Bitch, it's a cat to my ring on a roll. Still full of malice, but never a miser. Thinking she Alice, we better resize her. Smoking the rosin, the maiden is wiser. I'm an outsider and an outsider. I am no tiger king, more like a liger queen. I am no Chandor. I am a mind-bending puzzle like some kind of Fisher or Geiger scene. I'm a vibe in me. Trixie, Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. Yeah, Trixie, 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 Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. Yeah, bitch, I am out of control. Yeah, bitch, I am a sight to behold. Is it a lark or a troll? Bitch, it's a cat to my ring on a roll. Where did everybody go? Half of the show is packed up in the back getting blow. I'm not a fan of the snow, keeping a tab on the bitch in the colorful clothes. What's the street name for Molly? I'm about to boast like a transgender Raleigh. I'm about to look like Goku in a dress. Toriyama, pay respect, I digress. I'm just like if Sailor V had a dick. Oromusko, I was one of those kids. I find a beat and I break it to bits. Sukuna slice it and dice it and shit. You can be Gojo, you wanna lose half? I'll be with Ryo Oki in the bath. Sekiro, Sephiroth, Sesho the Slash. Fig with a big dick and Trixie the Blast. Trixie, Trixie, Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. It's Trixie, 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 Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. It's Trixie, 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 Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. It's Trixie, 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 Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. Yeah, bitch, I am out of control. Yeah, bitch, I am a sight to behold. Is it a lark or a troll? Bitch, it's a cat, I'm already on a roll. Blowing up like Megumin, Aquamarine, I zip like marine thighs. It's unwise to call the witch, take me a little, take a million words, but you'll know my deal, fam. Blowing up like Megumin, Aquamarine, I zip like marine thighs. It's unwise to call the witch unreal, little, take a million words, but you'll know my deal, fam.
Hey, it's Trixie, 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 Trixie the Golden Witch, Trixie Goldie Witch. We've made it. Us, President, Trixie Goldie Witch. I'm surprised nobody's even attempted to read it this way. But it's us, like, you know, like the movie Us. Wait, I already went on this rant earlier, didn't I? I feel like I've established who I am pretty well throughout the course of this video. You know, I'm the president of Us. I was created to be the president. I'm here to preside. I am here to figure out what needs to be done. It seems like, based on what I've just heard, I mostly exist to help Vera become the main fronting personality. And, you know, I assume she will just be known as Beatrice. I mean, all of it's Beatrice. That's something I really have to emphasize here. All of this is Beatrice. Like, it all falls under the umbrella of me. I can, you know, I exist to preside over all of this. Trixie is short for Beatrice, obviously. It's a nickname. But, I started using the nickname Trixie before I really fully developed the personality Trixie. Like, before it became something that felt... Alright, everybody's starting to wake up and make noise, so I really gotta wrap this up. You know, I feel like it's pretty clear what my deal is, so I'll just read my note. I'm technically a collaborative effort between the others to create a president of us. I exist to identify who is and what's what, who's who and what is what, and figure out how all of us can work together harmoniously. I exist only at the front, which is to say that I never hibernate. I only exist when multiple other personas come to the front at the same time to work on something together, which it's not really like presented like that. It's like I just kind of start thinking about something because I guess I exist to mediate things other people are saying at the same time. I mean, in order to talk fundamentally, a lot of my personalities can't really use the voice. They certainly can't string together sentences like this, so there has to be a level of collaboration for this to happen, you know. In that sense, I am hyper-present. I show up all the time to resolve disputes and make decisions, and especially to be the lead presenter of ideas externally. When the Golden Witch was first identified, the only way that my multiplicity was categorized was to divide the logical side, Acid Girl, and the emotional side, the Golden Witch. So yeah, like, again, I'm only recognizing myself as 9 personalities very recently. I was kind of just compartmentalizing it into logic versus emotions. And for a long time, I was very in denial that there was a separation. It's really scary. I'm still scared. Making this did not abate the fear. But it did help me to understand better. And, you know, so initially, when I started transition, I saw it as that there was Acid Girl, the logical one, and the Golden Witch, the emotional one. The Golden Witch really cares about being trans. Acid Girl thinks that gender doesn't matter, you know, because that's a logical argument. But Golden Witch doesn't care about the logic. Golden Witch just wants to be a girl. You know, having broken it down here, you can see there's a lot more nuance to that and kind of the evolution of how that came to be. But, like, I exist to mitigate that and bring them together and let them all work together, you know. So bringing what was originally Acid Girl and the Golden Witch together is kind of what created me, and also began my gender transition. And acknowledging that the Golden Witch would never express herself openly unless Acid Girl created a safe environment for her physically and mentally is what brought me out. And also, you know, has created Vera as well. Over time, I came to recognize the complexity of my emotions and to further categorize them. Pluto is the closest thing to my original image of the Golden Witch. Baby can be hard to distinguish from Pluto, except in that Baby can only form extremely basic ideas, while Pluto's ideas can expand rapidly. Also, while some of my hypersexuality, anger, and self-obsessiveness could be attributed to that side of my personality, there is too much difference between the way that I feel when I'm in baby mode and the way that I feel when I'm in ninja mode for all of those emotions to be classified as one side. All of the logic to be on another side of that. Even in the category of logic, I further subdivided Mavis, who's just raw math and not much like a thinker, and Black Rose, who's more of a verbal logic, not really interested in objectivity, you know. Me, Trixie, I've worked very hard to identify each of these personalities in a way that satisfies them emotionally and leaves enough unsaid without also saying too little and giving the wrong impression. There's plenty more to be said of everyone, but this primer functions as a springboard to analyzing the nuances of these personalities and discovering from there what ideas and inspirations can be drawn out of those identifications. I'm represented by a cow. I am neutral evil. Why am I evil? Because control is evil. You see Makima here? Shit. Well, okay, here's the full alignment chart. But, you know, there's, I think, an innate evil to wanting to be the president. And so, just suddenly caught a ringing in my ears. I mean, on some level, this was just like I have to slot something into the into this category. Otherwise, she'd be over here. But I think Vera and Trixie have pretty similar intent. Trixie is just the necessary evil to get me to this place, I guess. I'm just trying to justify this. I'm an Enneagram 1. I'm the goddess of power, Katyayani, and my theme song is I'm the president by knowing. Of course, that's what inspired me. The existence of that song combined with Mr. Beast saying that he would run for president if there were was what made me realize and like look into the fact that like, holy shit, I can run for president soon, and so I should really go all in on that. But I'm starting by becoming the president of myself. I think I have to be able to govern myself. I have to be able to satisfy myself. Really step into Vera Bradley persona and, you know, make that who Beatrice is. If I really want to move forward and be able to be the president of other people, you know, become like a lot of the everyone else that I categorized here, like the images kind of represent who they are. This represents who I'm trying to be, because I'm a projection. I'm not as whole as any of these. I'm more of a project persona that can kind of vaporize if I'm not necessary anymore. You know, presidents only need one term, maybe two. That's all you get. So once my term is finished, but like this is who I'm trying to imitate in the effort of becoming the best president that I can be to preside over all of these other individuals. Anyway, I hope this was fun for you and that it maybe gives you some food for thought about yourself, especially as a writing experiment. Like, I tend to recognize that whatever characters I create are somewhat based on different sides of myself. Like, if I combined, you know, the rambunctious fun side with the aggressive side, what do I get, you know? And like, while that is something I literally experience in real life, it's also something I can experiment with in the realm of creativity to make different characters, you know? So I think that if you do examine yourself through a lens of like, well, what if I focused on this aspect of me, you know, and fleshed that out, and, you know, you can probably tell that these characters, despite all being distinct from one another, are very robust. Like, it's surprising how much depth there is to each of them, considering we're all inside the same head, you know? And obviously there's lots of overlap and lots of collaboration going on there. That's why I don't know if I'm completely DID, because for the most part, DID, usually those systems don't know as much about each other, I think, and there's more amnesia involved. I remember more than a lot of people, and like there's more communication between the different selves, but at the same time there is something lost sometimes. There are times when I'm not really sure what just happened, or when you know, parts can't be woken up or won't come to the front. You heard some of that in this very video, you know, like obviously there's a lot of complexity going on. I'm like twisting fingers around each other, trying to like keep a grip as I finish this and make sure I get everything out. Like, as this has gone so long, I'd hate to leave anything on the cutting room floor, like anything left unsaid, just because I am trying to rush this so I can go to bed. But you know, it's just tough to do, and it's just opening a lot of doors. And I don't know what's going to come through those doors. But I'm excited to find out. It'll be interesting to edit this, and very interesting to release it. And it'll take a while before I really get response, but hopefully this makes everything about me a little bit easier to understand. I feel like, again, a lot more can be said, and I'm ready for questions. Don't expect to be able to get a direct line of communication to anybody except for me. You know, like, I exist so that you can communicate with me. And the reason I need to go through this is that, like, my dissociation is really bad. It's really, really bad. It's hard for me to communicate in any form other than making these types of videos. It's hard for me to talk to the people who are around me. It's hard for me to reach out to anybody that's not around me. And I feel like the more that I can be understood, the easier it will be for people to take an interest or like feel like they understand where I'm coming from, because most people just kind of treat me like I'm really mysterious and hard to grasp, and it's like, well, that's because if I'm being honest, it's gonna be 6 hours of me trying to explain what's going on, and most people think it's kind of vibe killer to talk about yourself this much, but I can't afford therapy, and it would take so many sessions to get through all of this, and I'm more interested in what you all have to say. Like, I'm more interested in building relationships with real people and not somebody that's like just getting paid, that like I'm paying to, you know, listen to me, but then like they're never going to do anything with any of that information. Like, I'd rather communicate with people who are also going to learn and also going to be able to build off of what I'm doing, and you know, we can grow together, and it'll help you on your... I would not do any of this if I didn't think it could help somebody, you know? Like, if I didn't think that me sharing this aspect of myself would not only help me, but also be meaningful to other people and help you to cope, then there's no way I would do it. So I really hope that's appreciated, and thank you for making this all possible. Use the link tree, support me, and, you know, let's all protect baby Bijou Ham together, because she's in charge. Alright, thanks for listening, baby forever.